Hello? Can you hear me? Hello, End Haberim. Welcome to my desktop screen. I hope you're well today. The size of the screen is not correct. I can already see that. So I've been saying for a while, I want to do a stream where I show people how I make videos, basically. So we're going to do everything. We're going to do the script. We're going to get the footage. We're going to record some audio. We're going to put it all together. Hello, Maguri. How are you? We're going to use Audacity. We're going to get some outtakes where I can't say the lines properly. You're going to see everything. Everything. And it's going to be a Tomb Raider video. It's going to be about how Tomb Raider... basically how Tomb Raider 3 is really hard. In a nutshell. Yes, and Premiere Pro. You're missing a vital part of this whole process. Is it you annoying me behind me? Third on the leaderboard, Bexy. That's terrible. That's terrible. Yeah, it's the old Tomb Raiders. What game's the turtle? I don't know. It's just a turtle. It's just a turtle. It's because you're already using Adobe software. You could use Adobe Audition too. Do I have the Adobe licensing that you pay for? Is like confusing to me. I don't actually know what I have access to, but I just use Audacity because it's simple. But yeah, we're gonna do a video on Tomb Raider 3. So and I need to go through a bunch of the levels, and you pay for. I do actually pay. Can you believe it, Zo? I actually pay for Adobe. That's crazy, right? I actually give Adobe money. And what do I get from it? I get a buggy, broken program that breaks all the time. I pay every month for that piece of crap. Okay, right. If my volume levels are okay and I sound alright, we are going to start. So here is my amazing files folder where I organize everything. But if we go to shorts, you can see it's a lot bigger. I organize absolutely everything. I have to organize it or it'll just get confusing. So I said we're going to do Tomb Raider. So did you know Tomb Raider? You can see all the previous Tomb Raider videos. All these are all different shorts. Today we're going to make a new one. I don't know what to call it though yet. It basically, like, it's going to be a comparison of how, like, Tomb Raider 2 was super... especially the first level in Tomb Raider 2, how much easier it was than the first level in Tomb Raider 3. If you're familiar with it. But yeah, it's gonna be called something like difficulty or hard, just hard. I'm not sure what's a better word, difficulty, difficult or hard. Let's go with hard for now. Just hard. I don't know what's better. I don't know what's better for the algorithm. We'll find out. You sound different from your shorts. Do I really? That's interesting. I'm trying to be as clear as possible in my shorts, whereas where I'm speaking now, it's whatever. You're doing that on purpose, are you? Doing what? So to make a script, I use this really technical program. It's called Notepad. Or text. Well, it used to be called Notepad. It's just a text document these days. Don't play with me? What are you talking about? So yeah, usually the first thing I do is the script, or a rough draft of the script. So Notepad, not even Notepad 2. This isn't even called Notepad. Is it still called Notepad? Use Obsidian for note-taking. You won't. It's not note-taking. It's just writing a basic script. So, like I say, it's gonna be like about Tomb Raider 2, the transition from Tomb Raider 2 to Tomb Raider 3, and how much of a kick in the teeth Tomb Raider 3 was when it came out. It's Notepad text document and it's opening up TXT. What? Is this still called Notepad? I just call it text files. So I need an intro. So it's for everything where you have to write text, use Obsidian. I'll consider it Maguri, but I'm pretty comfortable with Notepad. Right, how would it open this video? It would be like about Tomb Raider 2 probably. So it'd be like Tomb Raider 2 was... Tomb Raider 2 is arguably the game in the I don't like the way this sounds already. The game in the series that everyone remembers the most fondly. Okay, that's one line. Notepad Plus. I've never heard of Notepad Plus. I'll probably change these lines to just a rough outline. Its difficulty seemed fairly reasonable as a step up from the first game, especially in the opening level, the Great Wall, where what? Is Tomb Raider 2 where they introduced the grenade launch? Yes, it is. You guys remember this takes an age? No, it doesn't. That's a lie. Especially in the opening level, the Great Wall, where the path for Lara to take seems fairly. What's a different word for obvious? What's a better word for obvious? Clear? A different seems fairly I think obvious is probably the best word. What year did Tomb Raider 2 come out? That's what I need to know next. Tomb Raider 2 release, I think it was 97. Or was it 98? 97, November 97. And then when did Tomb Raider 3 come out? I think it was a year later. Release date. 1998, yeah. However what? However, by the time of, was it November? November 1998, with the release of Tomb, can't spell, Tomb Raider 3, The Adventures, what's going on? Adventures of Lara Croft. The developers decided to throw the players in the deep end, especially with its opening levels in India. I think it's in India. Did you know isn't included in the script? It's not a did you know, it's just a I'm not telling you anything new, right? You missing an eye there? Where? I'll say it. It's not a did you know, it's I've done a bunch of Tomb Raider videos and they usually do quite well. And they're not necessarily, I mean some of them are showing you new stuff, but like not necessarily. Tomb Raider 3? Where is it? Yeah, you're right. Thank you. I should just use numbers rather than Roman numerals. However, by the time of November 1998, that sounds weird. By the time of it should be just by November 1988. With the release of Tomb Raider 3: The Adventures of Lara Croft, the developers decided to throw the players in the deep end, especially with its opening levels in India. Can't think where to go next. You can't say 3 because of, they listen to the streams and Valves. What is this OST in the background? It's Final Fantasy VII Lo-Fi Mix on YouTube. I don't like this song, it's a bit weird. Once I kind of know the level in my head, so I don't really need to go have a look. Once you slide down the opening ramp into the jungle, I meet is it a jungle? It's kind of a jungle, it's like a swampy jungle. I meet the level's inhabitants. No, that's weird. No, that's weird, I don't like that. Once you slide the opening ramp into the jungle and take a look around, you'll You'll quickly find yourself getting lost and wondering where to go. Mangrove swamp, is that what you would call it? How are you familiar with Tomb Raider 3? I feel like maybe I'm the only one here that's actually familiar with Tomb Raider 3. And this is a trend that will continue into the later levels in the game, as this is probably the most relentless, confusing, and another good word, relentless, confusing, and just get difficult Tomb Raider in the series. Definitely in the classic collection. I've never actually played the modern Tomb Raider game, so I can't say that for sure. I've never played Tomb Raider 3 lol, but it just sounds like you might be describing my... Yeah, I guess so. Not actually sure what a mangrove is, to be honest. Lara's adventures will take her to... What are the levels in Tomb Raider 3? There's definitely one in London, which I'm going to make a joke about somewhere. We'll take her to the Amazon? The Amazon? Nevada? Antarctica? How do you spell Antarctica? That's how you spell it, right? In London? Exactly, and that's probably going to be the joke somewhere, but I have to think about what the joke is. I guess it might be here, actually. Lara's Adventures will take her to the Amazon, Nevada. What's the other levels? What are the other levels in Tomb Raider 3? I'm sure I'm missing one. You get a choice, and I can't think what they are. Oh. Yeah. And even the streets of London. Is it the streets, or do you actually go through the streets? I don't think you do. South Pacific? Yeah, you're right. Thank you, Azor. You actually know. It is the Amazon, right? I think. Amazon, Nevada, because you get a choice after you beat India. It's Amazon, Nevada, and South Pacific. Oh, thank you, thank you. Okay, that's perfect. South Pacific, Antarctica. And even through... Yeah, something like that, Haberim. We'll see. We'll get there. We'll get there eventually. Even over the rooftops and underground of London. Something joke here. Nevada's in the US. Yeah, you go to like Area 51, and I believe that's in Nevada, right? I think. Maybe London should have. Maybe London should. Yeah. Wait. Let me do this differently. I was supposed to look at to the Amazon, Nevada, the South Pacific. I guess it's the South Pacific. Antarctica. Each stage. What do you call it? A stage or a level? I'd say a stage, but that's probably wrong. Each area just as confusing and labyrinthian, it's a big word, as the last. But the stage that really takes the knife, is the rooftops. And underground is is when you travel to the rooftops and underground of the city of London. I kind of like that, but is that too mean? Quick question: London versus Essex? I'd pick Essex by far. That's not even a hard question, Habrim. I mean, isn't London in Essex? Or is it its own county? I don't even know. But the stage that really takes the... Is that the joke? But the stage that really takes the knife is when you travel to the rooftops underground of the city of London. I think that might be the joke. I think that's funny. Why is it taking the knife? Because it's a stabbing joke and it's about London, Bexy. That's the funny joke here. Murder's funny, okay? I said it. Do not do my death knife. Actually, I could follow it up. I could be like... No, what do I do after that? I'd be like, but rather than watching around every corner for a potential knife attack, you'll instead have to navigate the something. Also, murder is funny when it's not aimed at you. Yeah, that's right. I'm not sure where to go after this. These levels are notoriously confusing. Have I said confusing already? What's a different word for confusing? What's a better word for confusing? Just difficult? Let's go on synonyms.com. Yeah, disorient, that's good. Disorientating. Or is it disorientating or disorienting? I would say it's disorientating. But is that too much? Is this an American versus English spelling thing? Everyone had such a hard time back in... Everyone's such a hard time navigating them when the game was released. I feel like there needs to be more of a joke than just this, but let's keep going. Baffling. Try not to overdo the knife puns, they might get a bit dull after a while. That's funny. I like that. I usually just keep the knife things to the Nemesis videos. But we're sort of branching out right now. Coming into the third game from the second was almost like hitting a brick wall. It's a different word for like, it's considerable. I don't want to say considerably harder because it just is harder. Oh no. And many people, and to this day, I still haven't finished the game, ... without cheating, of course. Winky face. That's true, by the way. I haven't finished it. Maybe that's enough. Maybe that's enough for a shot. I feel like I haven't hammered home just how hard Tomb Raider 3 is, though. The problem with the third game is, originally it had save crystals, but I think in the remaster they took them out. Not even the most confusing levels in the PS1. You don't think so, Zo? I think Tomb Raider 3 is It's ridiculous. Maybe you can make up for that with visuals. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, they made it much easier. I think you can optionally turn on save crystals, but there's also New Game Plus in the remasters, so I think maybe that might be one of the New Game Plus things where you have save crystals. But yeah, originally you didn't have a choice. The Samurai boss in 2013 is harder. New Game Plus, what's the point of that? It gives you all the weapons from the get-go, and I think enemies just have more health and more damage. But it throws all the weapons at you from like level 1. Oh, the Tomb Raider Syncing Rovers was PS2. Never mind. Yeah. After Chronicles on the PS1, I didn't actually play. I don't think I didn't play a Tomb Raider beyond that. There was like Underworld and is it Anniversary? There was another one. I didn't play them. I was kind of done with Tomb Raider by the time of the PS2. Didn't one of those games give you a harpoon gun? Harpoon game, you mean gun? You get a harpoon in 2 and 3. You never played any of them. Not a single one. None of them. Right, so this is the script. I think this is okay. We'll change it as and when we need to. So we start off with Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider 2 is arguably the game in the series that everyone remembers the most fondly. Its difficulty is a step, especially in the opening level, the Great Wall, or the path for Lara to take seems fairly obvious and clear. Obvious and clear sounds better. The developers did this with the players in the deep end, especially with its opening levels in India. In the deep end. And it started immediately with the first levels in India. Guardian of Light. It's like isn't it isometric, that game, or it's like a bird's eye view, right? It's like a co-op game, yeah, I remember. That sort of came out as the reboots were happening, which is a bit confusing because it was like the old Lara. Is this a YouTube class? This gives me school PC. Yeah, I'm a teacher. Isometric 3D first. Yeah, I never played it. I remember it coming out, but I never played it. Anyway, let's go get some footage. So we need to Steam. Let me just minimize that. Probably should turn off the music. Gonna record something. Too chaotic to be in school? I would not wish school on anybody. I hate school. This might be too loud. So we need Tomb Raider 2 footage first. We only need the opening level, really. Usually I have like all the cutscenes in like HD as well, so if I want to use like cutscene footage, I'll just do that. But New Game Plus is here. I think you want to unlock it after you've beat the first game. Well, you beat the game once and you get a New Game Plus. Don't need to see this. I always use this cutscene because it has Lara coming out the helicopter. In all the polygonal glory. So what's the best thing to hear? I mean, she literally looks up at that. It's like, oh, go that way. I might use that. That's a good bit of footy. Probably should find something. Probably should show her climbing up this bit here. The question always comes like, do I use the remastered graphics or do I use the old graphics? What's gonna get more views? I'm not sure myself. I think the remaster's fine. I think people can sort of tell it's Tomb Raider 2. Old graphics we get, you think so, Haberim? Okay. Climbing up. I need to find something. Maybe we should go fight the T-Rex. Everyone likes the T-Rex. Have I ever done a video on the T-Rex in this stage? I don't think I have. Either the T-Rex or the tigers. Why did it suddenly look like Minecraft? Because this is the remaster, Bexy. They made this like a couple of years ago, and this is what the game used to look like on the PS1. But this is what it looks like now with the remaster. Fail. People can get kind of irrational about changes. I mean, the previous Tomb Raider videos I've done, they've all been in the remaster graphics. And nobody seems to mind. Original on PSXE with CRT filter is my best guess on what would work well. You think so, Azar? I can't make this jump. I'm not paying enough attention. That should be it. I think, to me, with the remaster, like I say, you can still sort of tell it's Tomb Raider 2 at a glance. I love this game. I think Tomb Raider 2 might be in my top, like, 15 games, top 10 games, maybe, at a push. Lara has more than 2 polygons. Will I make this dive? Will I even dive? Should I even dive? Probably not. I'll probably miss if I dive. Actually, I'm alright. It's either fight the tigers at the end or fight the T-Rex. I need a clip of that. Only click shots if it's an MKO video. Yeah, you're right. The birds are bullet sponges. What are those birds over? They're coming to get me. Everything's a bullet sponge. Like this tiger. Everything in Tomb Raider 2 is a bullet sponge, unless you use a better weapon, obviously. I think you're right, Haberim. It's just the T-Rex. It depends on how lazy I'm feeling, because the T-Rex takes a while to get to. And mid-bosses footage. I think like the T-Rex is enough of a boss, right? I'm gonna save, because I'll probably die.
Uh-huh.
I like how the spiders explode when you shoot them. Actually, I always like this shot with the spiders coming down from the roof. Maybe I take this. Maybe that's good. We'll see. I always try and get more footage than I actually need. I'm sure everyone does that. Let's use the trick, if I can still remember how to do it. How did I do this? How do you do the go through the block trick? Doing all graphics? No, you just jump through, don't you? There we go. Well, we even shoot. They're little spiders. Can you not even see them? They are small. The giant, like, Chinese tarantulas. Easy. No mistakes. What was that green statue? It's a secret. Literally, that's what it is. I'm not being funny, it's a secret. There's like 3 secrets in every level. Do they do anything? I don't think they do. Don't think they do anything. I should save, like, here. Like a cat? The little dragons. They're not cats, I promise. Right, where's their way down here? Let me remember. Is it here or is it there? Yeah, it's here. I know play the original Tomb Raider, so I will gonna play remasters. I mean, they're very of the time. In terms of like the controls and things, you might if you've never played them before, I think you might struggle. I mean, there might be some modern controls actually. Let me check. Is the modern controls? Yeah, I use the old ones obviously, but I think you can. Yeah, modern control. They might be okay with modern controls. I don't know. I'm used to PS1 controls. If you hated the controls in like Resident Evil, you'll probably not like the controls in this either. Okay, go down for a long time. Oh wait. I forgot I could do this. Okay, easy. Speedrun tactics. Exactly, speedrun tactics. Right, I need to save it here because the T-Rex is here somewhere. So I keep saving. Just should heal before I fight the T-Rex. I think it just appears. Watch. Yeah. Not the best footage. Gonna die. Alright, Bexy. Well, that's the T-Rex in the modern graphics. I want to see it in the old one, because it might be more striking in the older graphics. Like, it just comes out of the darkness in the older graphics. It's a bit scarier. I think it looks better in the older graphics, personally. I mean, it doesn't. I guess it doesn't just have to be the remaster graphics. You can just switch between them. I can just switch freely. Look, it's definitely not. It's definitely a dragon. And there's another T-Rex. This one you can kind of cheese. I suppose I could have cheesed the first one. Do you even get a reward for doing this? No, you don't get anything. I think you get an achievement probably, but I've already got it obviously. If you consider an achievement a good enough reward for doing something. Just so a small soldier short, that game was a sleeper good game. Do you know, I was playing it recently and I was surprised how good the controls were in that game. Hey dude, do you like Monster Hunter? I liked Monster Hunter, what was the old one? Worlds. I liked Worlds and I liked Try. I did not like Wilds at all. I thought it was not great. I've played Wilds and I beat the main story or whatever. But I didn't like it. Based. Yeah, based, yeah. Yeah, I really like Worlds. Worlds is great, or World. The newest one is Wilds. And it's not great. Some things about it are nice, but it's so boring. And they made it such a ball ache to play with your friends. Like, I tried to play with Kale, and we had such a hard time figuring out how exactly we played together. It was terrible. This is a good shot right now. Maybe I should use this. Like, I remember before Wilds came out, they were like, oh, we're gonna make it easier for you to play with your friends. We're gonna make it less complicated and cumbersome. And they just didn't. Like, they didn't at all. I don't know what they were thinking, Capcom, with Wilds. Honestly. I should probably heal before I go over here. I might want the cutscene. There's a little cutscene that plays when Lara goes to the door. I might want it. Spiders. What were they thinking? What were they thinking? What were they thinking, honestly? Excuse me, Mr. Tiger.
Pardon me, if that was just your way of trying the
Ew, the subtitles.
With a Tommy gun on my keyring.
Though not anymore. So after you.
Somehow, you don't behave like you got a monk's blood.
I understand that somehow is in my favor. So indulge me about the dagger. I'd be indebted with your life.
These doors are waiting for the right one. The right time to arrive. And then the dagger's blade will honor the hearts of those who believe. So unless you pledge your loyalty as well
And which one is that?
to the sins and fortunes of Marco Bartoli.
Perhaps not just yet, then. Aha, Gianni Bartelli, Via Caravelli, Venice.
Still need to go to Venice. Right, we've got the Tomb Raider 2 footage. Did they change the voice actor too? Between the first and the second game they did, yeah. Old Gen Rocks, nothing beats the rush when you gotta select the items while big monster chases you. Like I say, I really liked World. World was great. I played a lot of World. Am I weird for eating noodles with a little bit of raw tomato paste on it? No? It's like spaghetti, right? Kind of. Yeah, they changed the voice actor. I think the same woman did 2 and 3, and then they changed it for 4 and Chronicles again. Right. That's all the Tomb Raider 2 clips, I think. We need a lot of Tomb Raider 3. Not this. We certainly need Lara going down the ramp. So don't shoot the monkeys. I don't know what I'm thinking. If you shoot the monkeys, they attack you, but if you leave them alone, they're friendly. Okay, that's the ramp. The monkey. How do I look around? Try to figure out. What's the button to look? Can you behave? There. Where is that big mud field? You're such a chill guy, Unk. Thank you. I'm not an Unk, but thank you. I appreciate that. Go up. Oh, a save crystal. He's a teacher. I couldn't teach someone to play Tomb Raider 3, even if I, like, knew where to go, because I don't know where to go. You know what's a weird feeling? Becoming an uncle at age 12? Were you an uncle at age 12? See, me and Kale are pretty, like, more or less the same age, so I didn't have to experience that. I was an uncle at age 0. Were you really? I became an uncle at 8 years. Are you guys being serious? That's crazy, if you are. Do you have a separate channel, both of you? Well, Kale has been in esports for years and years and years, so he has his own, like, esports channel. Although he doesn't really upload much to it. He said he was going to stream at some point. But he's away right now, he's not at home. It's bad. Maybe we should show Lara, like, drowning in the mud. Just, like, sinking. Like, over here. No, she goes too far. I want it to be gradual. I had a dream. Notification said anime is not anime gaming. I don't think I would call it anime gaming, even if I had the chance to. Yeah, I want a shot of like Lara just sinking slowly. But if I jump in, she sinks too quickly, I think. Let's try again, but not jumping in. Sink. There we go. That's better. Perfect. The perfect shot. Is Roblox ever coming to the channel? I think I'm a bit old for Roblox. Isn't Roblox for like 12-year-olds? Right, now we need to cheat a lot. Classic RuneScape. I've never been. Me and Kale had this idea of like, oh, let's just play all these games we've never played, and it'd be called like, I don't know. Adamar and Kale try RuneScape because we've never really had a RuneScape experience. Maybe in the future as a Habarim, we'll see. I feel like we need someone to guide us through RuneScape. Some cool open world RPGs. On what? Sorry. Do you mean separate games? The spikes aren't instant death if you don't fall on them. If I jumped on them, they would be. On Roblox? Do you know what? I joke about Roblox, but when I watch people play Roblox and or seen Roblox, I'm always kind of impressed with what people can pull off in it. I have no experience with Roblox, but like, yeah, some people make crazy stuff in it. Sorry, I need to cheat. We need to do some cheating. Because rather than play the entire game for footage, I can just cheat. L2, R2, R2, L2, 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 R2, L2, R2, R2, L2, R2, R2, L2, L2, R2, L2, L2, R2. Didn't realize she screamed, but that's all the weapons. Maybe we could blow up a monkey. No, I'm not supposed to have all the weapons here. Probably shouldn't do that. Right, we need to level skip about 7 times. Let's have a look. We should play Fortnite. We should play genuinely end. We should play Fortnite. I'm not even joking. I haven't played Fortnite since like it first like blew up. Like when PUBG was the big thing, and then Fortnite blew it away. I'm not gonna call this Roblox CEO a pedophile, but I don't think that's too far. You think that's an accusation, Zo? That's a big accusation. How come you don't have 5,000 shotgun shells? I don't know, because when you cheat in Tomb Raider, it gives you like different amounts of each weapon, and for some reason, it always gave the shotgun less. I never understood that either. You get like 80 shots, 83 shots. It's the same in Tomb Raider too. I don't know why. Right, we need to skip like level like 5 times. L2, R2, L2, L2, R2, L2, R2, L2, R2, L2, 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 R2, L2, R2, 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 L2. I mean, this looks confusing. Like, where do you even go here? More India footage. L2, R2, L2, L2, R2, L2, R2, L2, R2, L2, 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 R2. Some of these cutscenes might be worth getting. Like just Lara looking around. Who's that? Who's that guy? I think the Lara looking around at the start is good footage. Is this the quad? Did I miss much? No, you didn't miss anything. Nope. Yeah, I blew up a monkey with a rocket launcher. I wasn't supposed to. Yeah, there's nothing interesting. Yeah, I thought there might be something interesting to see. Cheat again. I need to get to like the London levels and like the other levels basically. Should probably save. Because I don't know when it's gonna transition. Here we go. London, Nevada. I reckon you should get like one clip from each of these other places, but then focus obviously on London. So if I go South Pacific first. This is a good shot. I'm gonna remember these cheats off by heart eventually. I did it wrong. What is that? Plants. It was like a spider coming at me or something. Oh, that's it. You know what? I could kill raptors on for footage. But what gun? Uzis. It's too slow. The Nevada footage should be the last one we get. Let's do London now. Right, this is the London level that everyone hated back in the day. I like it says Uzis, but those are obviously... Is there a difference between an Uzi and a MAC-10? I thought they were the same thing. I thought they were the same thing. Or you're telling me the different things? It looks so much worse in the old graphics. Like, look at like Westminster Hall or whatever. It's not Albert Hall. It's even got a cross on the top. Uzi MAC-10 is different? Really? I didn't realize. I thought they were the same. Let's get like Lara walking this way towards the. Oh, that's a good shot. That's a good shot. Okay. Skip level, because there's more than just this one.
Working for?
What?
You heard me.
I didn't, honest. What did you say?
I said, who employs you?
Ah! Miss Sophia Lee!
Who's she? What does she do?
I don't know. Really, I don't.
Oh, from Britain!
I just shoot people for her.
A commendable work ethic, I guess.
Yeah, I put my hours into it. As my father did and his father did it for.
Well, how old is this Miss Lee?
I don't know. Late 20s? Early 30s?
Right.
Yeah. For some people, like yourself, we get a special bonus.
I'm flattered.
I mean, I could even be retiring from you.
Then you might like to mind the bell. Happy retirement.
What a big dummy. Right, okay. Yeah, this is Lara's, like, stealth suit. Sneaking suit. But the knife from the roof does something these. Okay, I need to just run around a level for a while. Tinnitus? I need to run around a level looking confused. The guy. Usually sleep for the gameplay portion. This is like the London Underground, but there's like gangsters here, like gang members. Wake up for the voiceover bit, yeah. Exactly. You just need like clips that are interesting. Because it's like shorts content, so people are gonna disappear. You've got to keep people's attention by showing them different things. Oh, there's rats. They're the biggest rats I've ever seen. It's a dog. What's a dog doing? It's a wolf. It's like a mangy creature. It's like a zombie dog. I think we can skip level now. I think I've got enough from that bit. Did it wrong. What's this cutscene? That's not. Would you pet that dog? Actually, that's a good. Here we go. That's a good clip just then of Lara getting dragged by these weirdos.
So, you must be after Miss Lee then?
Business, not pleasure.
Though obviously not for revenge, man. You've hardly got the face for that.
And you have?
How moronic a question is that, eh? I don't even have a face, man. I came down here looking for work, and what do I get, eh? But Miss Lee's cosmetic company and her lab assistant.
What's a Geordie doing in London?
No experience necessary. Good wage. Accommodation with it. Aye. Locked in a flotation tank for days on end in some fetid syrup. And when we come out, 'cause lots of us applied like, no face or flesh, man. And a bootin' doing the waste disposal shoot here. Presumed deed.
Some kind of failed experiment then.
Oh, ta, very much. But aye. And for added insult,
I don't know what they
I
are.
tried to take my own life. I found it just didn't work.
You mean Sophia's testing some sort of immortality power? Along with her own brand of facelift.
Why, aye, man. Everlasting beauty.
This is so weird.
She's obviously not fully worked it out yet, but she takes the best results for herself. See, I don't care what your business with her is. You can't be any more shiftless than what she is.
I'm bored of this
So I'm
now.
gonna go
Can I skip
out my
this?
way to help you.
Don't need help. Okay, killing 3 like hooded people in London is a good clip. They're not Irish. They're like northeastern UK people. Which doesn't make sense because we're in London. Maybe they moved. Need to cheat again. This is a rubbish level. It's boring. There's nothing interesting to look at. Fish. No, not Northern Ireland. Like Northeast England. It's the weirdest looking desert eagle. Don't you think? Can't see it properly. Okay, what's another two of this one? I'm getting lasered. I don't remember where to go. I feel like that jump's too far. He's repelling with some sort of magic spell. So yeah. I mean, this is the last London level, so there's not much more I need from London, I don't think. Let's go to Nevada. Nevada. Is it Nevada or Nevada? Or is it both? The problem with the Nevada levels is you get stuck at one point. Actually, no, I might be okay. It's a rattler. What's this vulture? I hear it, but I don't see it. Oh, there. I feel like that has to go in the video. Okay, that's good. It's Nevada, okay. Fallout New Vegas reference? Wait, it's Vegas in Nevada? It is, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Skip this level because this is the jail level and it's boring. Almost got all the footage. What's some weapons? That's not good. Let's have a look around here for a little bit. Lasers. No, Lara, get down. Uh-oh. I might use that. That was close. I don't think it'd kill me. I think it would just damage me. I don't know where I'm going. I'm just trying to look for something interesting. The problem is these levels are absolutely huge. And like by the end of the level, like the end of the level might look completely different to the beginning of the level in all these places. It does in Tomb Raider 2, for sure. Where'd that guy go? Where's he going? Is this the UFO? No, it's not. There's a UFO somewhere on this level. My internet's been rubbish today as well, and so is James's in the place that he is. Really bad. Really, really bad internet. Oh. Well, that laser kills you. Cool. Skip level. Don't like this level. Okay, we're finally in Antarctica. Might need to give myself weapons again. Are we squatting for Jesus? Yeah. Yes, we are. There we go. This is how Lara stays in shape. I'm freezing to death. I'm not actually drowning, I'm freezing. I forgot you could freeze to death in these levels. Jumping in ice water seems stupid. Yes. Yes, it was, though. I agree. It was stupid. Can you push this block? Tell you what, let's skip the level. Did it wrong.
Oh, aye, come in.
That's all you're getting of that. It's a terrible camera angle. What is this? Can I climb? No. There's a thing in there. Can we go southwest to Alaska and go? This isn't the Arctic. This is Antarctica. This is south, not north. You knew that, right, Bexy? That this is Antarctica. You knew that Antarctica's in the south, right? And the Arctic's in the north, right? Bexy? What is this room? I'm confused. Am I running in circles or am I going somewhere? Not all about the cool places. What is happening right now? Where do I go? I feel like I'm running in circles. There must be something somewhere. I like how the backpack is complete like flats on the old model, but they actually made it something in the remaster. What is this room, honestly? That's where I came from. What is this room? There's like nothing distinctive to like look at or do. Unless I'm missing a switch, that hidden switch or something. That's where I came from. Cartography there. Southwest from Antarctica. Get to Alaska. Would you? I mean, you would eventually. This level's confusing. I'm just skipping it. There's nothing interesting here. I mean, it shows you how confusing the game is, but it's not interesting to look at. Hello, Vincent. How are you? Let's save it, so I don't have to keep putting the cheats in. There, maybe? Like, when I say labyrinthian, I really mean it. Like, where do you even go? It's not obvious at all in Tomb Raider 3. Oh, final boss. Oops. Yeah, Lara jumps really high. Thoughts on Epstein's list? I don't have any thoughts on Epstein's list. Unless it came out. Did it come out? Have I missed the news? Apparently it was never real in the first place. I like how he has a really big Beretta. This boss freaked me out as a kid. It's like The Thing. don't remember there being music here. Oh. I don't think it can hurt him, if I remember. No, it doesn't do anything. He one-shots you. That's ridiculous. You got to like do these in order. This sets you on fire and kills you. Okay, we don't actually need to do this. I just need footage of this. I just need footage of like trying to fight this thing with the rocket launcher. Don't run in the lava. No. Trying to get space between me and him. That is crazy that he just one-shots you. What are you doing? I'm trying to get a cool bit of footage from this guy. Lara, please. You start sprinting and Lara just will not turn. She just does not turn at all. Maybe I shouldn't use the rocket launcher. Maybe that's the issue. I don't remember one-shotting you like that. That's insane. It's homing as well. You can't dodge it. That's mad. Look at that. That is crazy. He just can't get close to you at all. Period. Anyway, we got the footage, I think. Right, let me look at the script again. I haven't added. Anyway, subscribe for more Tomb Raider videos, smiley face. Right, that should be all the footage. If we need anything else, I can just go get it, I guess. Is this a Tomb Raider channel now? No, it's not. I do maybe one Tomb Raider video every month, something like that. Maybe every 2 months, I'm not sure. Just when an idea comes to me, I'll put something together. I like doing, like, my Tomb Raider videos have done well. I think maybe my Tomb Raider video is one of my most viewed videos. I can't remember how many views it has. You should make this a Siphon Filter. I've done one Siphon Filter video, and that's it. Because I can't come up with more ideas. That's the problem. The issue is the ideas. Like, if you're gonna make a Siphon Filter video, what should it be? I don't know if there's any like Easter eggs in. I did like. Have you ever played Siphon Filter like last year? Splinter Cell. I never really played Splinter Cell. Let me look how many views my Tomb Raider stuff has. I did. Did you know Tomb Raider Mansion? And it has 2.4 million views. I'm sure I have other ones as well. How the taser lights people on fire. Is that an Easter egg though? I mean, it's a cool thing, but how would you present it? Like, how would you? You'd be like, do you remember this weapon in Siphon Filter that set people on fire? And that's it. That's the video. The butler freeze, yeah, that's one as well. Yeah, that did well. It's funny because in the remaster, he actually freezes. He didn't used to actually freeze. Yeah, Splinter Cell. I don't have a lot of experience with Splinter Cell. Right, now we need to read the script. Actually, no, we need to organize the footage first. That's the next step. You go into the NVIDIA capture footage folder. You go NVIDIA, and then you go Tomb Raider 1.3. So we need to look at these and label them to keep it simple. Okay, this is like opening. Yeah, it's like intro. I usually call the first thing intro. Then it would be TR2 climb. TR2 climbing. Can you show how much storage I have left? I have about 20 gigabytes. Doing this takes a lot of storage space. You're right. This is TR2 Spider's roof. TR2 Spider's roof. Okay, T-Rex. This is like T-Rex. TR2 T-Rex remastered. And then there's the old version. So it'd be TR2 T-Rex old. This is climb. Yeah, that's climb but. TR2 climb but. That's corrupted. Sometimes they're just corrupted. I don't really know why. This is like door cutscene. TR2 door cutscene or CS. Okay, TR3. TR3 ramp. Yeah, the whole thing doesn't corrupt, but the beginning of it's corrupt. Actually, I should probably get rid of this. Because it'll slow down Premiere.
Then the dagger's blade will...
Do I need this? I don't think I do. Get rid of that. Usually when you put like corrupted video files into Premiere, it lags the whole thing. Another reason I don't like Premiere. Where's the mud? This is the mud thing, right? This is TR3, look around. TR3, India, look around. And this is the mud. Is that corrupted? Slightly. How long will this shot be? I don't know, like a minute and 20 seconds? Probably longer. This is probably the ending. Just sinking into the mud. TR3 mud ending. I use Sony Vegas and Premiere, but I don't know what's best. I used to use Vegas when I was younger. But everyone said, oh, use Premiere. Premiere's good, don't get me wrong. It's so buggy sometimes. It really is. This is the monkey blowing up, right? No. This is like jungle. TL3 India jungle. TR3 India CS. What was this level? South Pacific. Maybe there wasn't an Amazon level. I guess there isn't. I should probably delete that from the script. There is no Amazon level. I thought there was. There's only 3 mid-level levels. So how do you beat that final boss? You need to do something with the things that I was trying to pick up. I guess in a certain order. I can't quite remember. Here's your Adam with another smasher clip. I will never make videos like that. Ever. Ever. Unless you want me to. I'm gonna say, so, I'm gonna say Pacific 1. That's a good clip. I like that. TR3 Pacific Raptors. Okay, this is the walk, right? Look at this shot. This is a perfect YouTube Shorts shot. Look at that. Look at that. Incredible. TR3 London, the greatest shot ever made. Peak cinema.
I said, who implored.
Okay, this is the fight cutscene. Probably should use that somewhere. TR3 London fight, but nobody gets stabbed. Okay, this is like getting lost. TR3 London getting lost. This is another one. TR3 London getting lost too. Guess this might be another one. Oh no, this is Lara getting thrown around by some hooligans. TR3 London hooligans cutscene.
Even have a face, man.
Along with her.
You
TR3 shooting hooligans. So that's a good shot. Probably use that. TR3 Nevada. What they call, what those birds called? Vulture. Vulture 1. This is Tomb Raider 3. Okay, we're using that for sure. Tomb Raider 3, Vulture 2. Maybe that's the ending. Tomb Raider 3, Crash. Lasers. Tomb Raider 3, lasers. I will not use all of these clips, by the way. There's no way. But again, I like having more than I need. It's not this is the remaster. It's the remaster of the PS1 games. That's why it looks better than it probably should. Tomb Raider 3, Cold Dive. I don't want to write Antarctica every single time. Tomb Raider 3, Cold 1. Tomb Raider 3, End Boss. Okay, that's every clip. Cut. vids, shorts. Did you know Tomb Raider? Hard. In we go. Okay. That's every clip we need done. So now it's reading the script time. Do you really need to, I delete them, Haberim. I delete them like a day after I've put the video up, just in case something goes wrong with the video. Like it gets flagged or something for something stupid. Then I've still got the raw footage for like a day. Entropy 02 mod gets 2 odds, 5,000. That's pretty good, End. I still don't like that game, but it's pretty good. Right, now it's recording time. Now it's time to flub my lines over and over again. Where's this going? Okay. Is a day enough? It might not be, but at least that's something. It's better than nothing. Like if I upload something and then just immediately delete all the raw files, like, I'm screwed. I just have to redo it then. I'm not screwed. It won't take long to redo, but yeah. They just take they take up so much space. They really do. Can you increase dB? I don't think I can. I think it's as high as it can be. Let's have a test. Test, test. This is how loud I am right now. Hello. Wait, no, it's not on my headphones. Test, test. This is how loud I am right now. Hello. Can you hear that? Test, test. This is how loud I am right now. Hello. Low audio. Yeah, my playback device is a bit confusing. I need to get it sorted. Like when I stream, I still think I'm too quiet. Like Kale was watching that FF7 playthrough I did, and he was like, yeah, you're still too quiet compared to the audio of the game. And I agree. Right, okay, here we go. I need to be as clear as I can, and at a decent volume. Tomb Raider 2 is arguably the game in the series that everyone remembers the most fondly. Tomb Raider 2 is arguably the game in the series that everyone remembers the most fondly. Tomb Raider 2 is arguably the game in the series that everyone remembers the most fondly. Tomb Raider 2 is arguably the game in the series that everyone remembers the most fondly. I don't think I say fondly correctly. Fondly. 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 Tomb Raider 2 is arguably the game in the series that everyone remembers. Tomb Raider 2 is arguably the game in the series that everyone remembers the most fondly. I can't say fondly. I can't do it. Fondly. Tomb Raider 2 is arguably the game that... Tomb Raider 2 is arguably the game in the series that everyone remembers the most fondly. Fondly. I know I did not. Tomb Raider 2 is arguably the game in the series that everyone remembers the most fondly. That's okay. That's not too bad. Tomb Raider 2 is arguably the game in the series that everyone remembers the most fondly. I need to split this next one up. Its difficulty seems fairly reasonable as a step up from the first game. Especially in the opening level of the Great Wall, where the path for Lara to take... The path for Lara to take seems fairly obvious and clear. Where the path from Lara... Okay. Its difficulty seemed fairly reasonable as a step up from the first game. Its difficulty seemed fairly reasonable as a step up from the first game. Its difficulty seemed fairly... Its difficulty seemed... I can't say... What's a different word for difficulty? It's too much of a mouthful. It's... No, it's not a different word. Its difficulty seemed fairly reasonable as a step up from the first game. Its difficulty seemed fairly reasonable as a step... Don't like it. I don't like it already. Its difficulty seemed fairly reasonable as a step up from the first game. Its difficulty seemed fairly reasonable as a step up from the first game. That's fine. Why do you guys say skeleton instead of skeleton? Why do you guys say skeleton instead of skeleton and say penguin instead of penguin instead of penguin? I only say skeleton because it's funny. I know it's wrong. I'm only doing it in the videos because it's wrong. I'm not sure about penguin. How do I say penguin? I've never heard different ways of saying penguin. Kale said penguin? How do you say penguin? Doesn't everyone say penguin? I'm confused. I thought there was only one way to say penguin. Especially in the opening level, the Great Wall, where the path for Lara to take. Where the path for Lara seems... I don't need to say to take. I can get rid of that. Especially in the first level. No, the opening level, not the first level. Especially in the opening level, the Great Wall, where the path for Lara seems fairly obvious and clear. Especially in the opening level, the Great Wall, where the path for Lara seems fairly obvious and clear. That's fine. Penguin. However, by November 1998, with the release of Tomb Raider 3: The Adventures of Lara Croft, the developers decided to throw the players in the deep end and increase the difficulty considerably. That's a long line. However, by However, by November 1998, with the release of Tomb Raider 3: The Adventures of Lara Croft, the developers decided to throw the players in the deep end and increase the difficulty considerably. However, by November 1998, with the release of Tomb Raider 3: The Adventures of Lara Croft, the developers decided to throw the players in the deep end and increase the difficulty considerably. That was good. That was good. That was a good one take. Actually, it was two. Never mind. And it started immediately with the first levels in India. And it started immediately with the first... It started with the... No, I don't need immediate. It's too much of a mouthful. And it started with the first level, the very first levels. Very first levels, with the very first levels. I do a lot of mid-recording changes. And it started immediately... No, there's no more immediately. I got rid of it. And it started with the very first levels in India. And it started with the very first levels in India. Okay, we're getting there. Once you slide down the opening ramp into the jungle and take a look around, you'll quickly find yourself getting lost and wondering where to go. Once you slide down the opening ramp into the jungle and take a look around, you'll quickly find yourself getting lost and wondering where to go. And this is a trend that will continue into later level... It's a big line again. And this is a trend that will continue into the later levels of the game. As this is probably the most relentless, confusing. As this is probably I can't say probably, it's too many B's. As this is probably the most relentless, confusing, and difficult Tomb Raider in the series. Definitely in the classic collection. Probably. As this is probably the most relentless, confusing, and difficult Tomb Raider in the series. Definitely in the classic collection. We just delete that bit and get that, like that. Definitely in the classic collection. I wonder if I should call it a classic collection. It's not really a collection. People know what I mean, I think. Lara's adventures will take her to Nevada, the South Pacific, Antarctica. Each area just as... No. Antarctica. How do people say Antarctica? Because I say Antarctica. But I don't think people say the second... I don't think people pronounce the C. We're seeing how the hot dog is made. Antarctica. Antarctica. Yeah, I think that's how people say it. And Antarctica. Antarctica. What line am I on? I forgot. Definitely in the classic collection. Lara's adventures will take her to Nevada, the South Pacific, Antarctica, and each area just as confusing and labyrinthian as the last. I kind of messed up that line just then. Lara's adventures will take her to Nevada, the South Pacific, Antarctica. That's right. Each area just as confusing and labyrinthian as the last. Wait, what you give a country? I wish, Vincent. Believe me. God, that would be nice. You really think this is a $100,000 video right now? This is the big one. This is the one we'll get 10 million views for sure. But the stage that really takes the knife... I can't say it without laughing. But the stage that really takes the knife is when you travel to the rooftops and underground of the city of London. I feel like I need a second London joke somewhere. I don't like one, I need another one somewhere. But the stage that really takes the knife is when you travel to... I'm laughing as I say it. I need to calm down. But the stage that really takes the knife is when you travel to the rooftops and underground of the city of London. It's too fast, it was too fast. But the stage that really takes the knife is when you travel to the rooftops and underground. But the stage that really takes the knife is when you travel to the rooftops and underground of the city of London. But the stage that really takes the knife is when you travel to the rooftops and underground of the city of London. The London jokes never get old. I agree. The London jokes do never get old. I 100% agree. That's why I feel like I should have two. But where is the second one? These levels are notoriously disorientating, and everyone had such a hard time navigating them when the game was released. What should it be? I feel like I should. There should be two jokes about London. Rather than watching your back. What can it be? Rather than something. Rather than watching your back around every corner for the next stabber. What's a better word for stabber that's not stabber? Rather than watching your back around every corner so you're not the next victim. I don't know what the joke should be. Thruster. That's terrible, Havern. That's the worst word. The next thruster. That's awful. Can we play after the class ends? I don't know. Rather than watching your back to avoid being the next London statistic, maybe. What about that? Does the next London statistic imply stabbing victim? You'll be struggling to figure out where to go next. I feel like there's a better way of wording this. Like a funnier way of wording it. And I can't quite think in my brain what it is. Guess the game? I don't feel like guessing games right now. TF2 Summer Update? I haven't played any of it. Isn't it just a bunch of man versus machine maps? That's what I heard. Or is that not out yet? Rather than watching your back to avoid being the next London statistic. London crime statistic? The next stabbing victim. It's too much, it's too obvious, it's too clear. Not MVM. Maybe I should just leave this as it is. See if I can even say a statistic in a line. Rather than watching your back to avoid being the next London statistic. Rather than watching your back to avoid being added to the London crime statistics. Rather than watching your back to avoid being the next London statistic. I don't like it. I don't like it. Because when you travel to the rooftops and the next something. What did I say in the Resident Evil videos? It was like giving Nemesis a piece of London culture. Rather than watching event to avoid being the next recipient of London culture. What about that? The next recipient of London culture. And then you do the daggers again, like I did previously. What about that? I think that's okay. Like you do the dagger emojis again, like I did in that Resident Evil video. I think that could work. Rather than watching your back to avoid being the next recipient of London culture, you'll be struggling to figure out where to go next. Rather than watching your back to avoid being the... Let me do it again, I don't like it. Rather than watching your back to avoid being the next recipient of London culture, you'll be struggling to figure out where to go next. You'll be struggling to figure out where to go next. Rather than watching your back to avoid being the next recipient of London culture, you'll be struggling to figure out where to go next. You'll be struggling to figure out where to go next. That's okay. I think that's funny. Rather than watching your back to avoid being the next recipient of London culture, you'll be struggling to figure out where to go next. You'll be struggling to figure out where to go next. Need to delete the first one. There we go. You'll be struggling to figure out where to go next. Coming into the third game from the second was almost like getting hit by a brick wall. Coming into the third game from the second was almost like hitting a brick wall, and to this day I still haven't finished the game. Without cheating, of course. Coming into the third game from the second was almost like hitting a brick wall, and to this day I still haven't finished the game. Without cheating, of course. Anyway, subscribe for more Tomb Raider videos. Anyway, subscribe for more Tomb Raider videos. Subscribe for more Tomb Raider videos. Subscribe for more Tomb Raider videos. Subscribe for more Saint Haberim videos. Anyway, subscribe for more Tomb Raider videos. Subscribe for more... You'll be struggling to figure out where to go next. Shut up. Anyway, subscribe for more Tomb Raider videos. Subscribe for more Tomb Raider videos. Subscribe for more Tomb Raider videos. Subscribe for more Saint Haberim videos. There you go. There you go. Which one was the best one? Anyway, subscribe for more Tomb Raider videos. 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 Maybe the middle one. I think the last one was the best. Yeah, definitely. I think the second one's the best. Anyway, subscribe for more Tomb Raider videos. Right, that's all the lines done. Not too many faults. Let's go through. Tomb Raider 2 is arguably the game in the series that everyone remembers the most fondly. Its difficulty seemed fairly reasonable as a step up from the first game. Especially in the opening level, the Great Wall, where the path for Lara seems fairly obvious and clear. However, by November I do the editing 1998, in
with the
Premiere.
release of Tomb
I don't do it
3: The
here.
Adventures of Lara Croft, the developers decided to throw the players in the deep end and increase the difficulty considerably. And it started with the very first levels in India. Once you slide down the opening ramp into the jungle and take a look around, you'll quickly find yourself getting lost and wondering where to go. And this is a trend that will continue into the later levels of the game, as this is probably the most relentless, confusing, and difficult Tomb Raider in the series, definitely in the classic collection. Lara's adventures will take her to Nevada, the South Pacific, Antarctica, and each area just as confusing and labyrinthian as the last. But the stage that really takes the knife is when you travel to the rooftops and underground of the city of London. Rather than watching your back to avoid being the next recipient of London culture,
Yes, of China.
you'll be struggling to figure out where to go next. Coming into the third game from the second was almost like hitting a brick wall, and to this day I still haven't finished the game. Without cheating, of course. Anyway, And to this day I still haven't finished the game. Without cheating, of course.
Don't like that. Need some more of a break.
Without cheating, of course. I still haven't finished the game. Without cheating, of course.
That's better. That's better. Yeah, it's the Great Wall. BC? What's BC? Before Christ? Okay, well that's the audio. British Columbia. Export audio. So it'd be TR3. I'm just gonna call it difficulty. I think it sounds better than hard. Tomb Raider. I think it was in there. Export. TR3. Look, here's every single piece of audio I've ever done for shorts. There's a lot of them. Right. We have all the pieces. Every single one. I think. Including sound, like music as well. Probably just use the Tomb Raider 3 music over this, which is here somewhere. Where is it? Main theme. Okay. Do you know what I want to do? That Matrix video I did for Metal Gear, the Dodge one, that's got loads of views now. I'm still proud of that video. I think people like it. I wish I could be that funny again, because it is a funny video. But I'm just not funny. I'm just not funny enough. That's the truth. It's time. Which one? The Dodge one, the Metal Gear one, where you dodge bullets and there's like Matrix stuff at the end of it. Did you know Tomb Raider difficulty? It's an MGS1 video. I think it was called Dodge. Just, did you know Metal Gear Solid Dodge? It's by far probably my favorite video I've made. I was so inspired. You're not funny, but you're one of the greatest content creators. Thank you, and I appreciate it. I appreciate not being called funny. Thank you. difficulty. Tomb Raider. This is the official Tomb Raider background. It's got Lara and a T-Rex, and you don't see either of them because it's like a short. I know, and don't worry, it's fine. My PC is being funny. What is going on? Okay, Premiere's been weird already with the stream. Hello? Has it crashed? Can you hear me? Wow, this has crashed my computer. I can't even tell if I'm live right now. My entire PC is like frozen up. Apparently running a stream. Oh, I see why. I've got no space on my computer. I can't even tell if I'm live right now. What do I do? Need to delete some clips. Space is the constant issue. Stream is live. Thank you, James. I appreciate that. Sorry, my computer's being weird. I've got 2 gigabytes of space left, and I assume that's what's making everything weird. I need to find some space somewhere. I've already deleted everything already. Let's just close this down. What is happening to my PC right now? I'm trying to open the stream back up and it's just not doing it. Live. There we go. There we go. Okay, I think we're back. I think we're okay. Sorry. Yeah, I think I fixed it. I think we're okay now. First shot, 2021? I don't think... Oh, sorry, 2023. Yeah. Okay, we need to... It's right now, it's like the wrong size. To swap these around. Hopefully everyone can see Premiere. This is the moving background. We unlink the sound. Put the thingy in there. We make it a bit louder. Yeah, Dark... Initially, when we started the channel, we thought that Dark and Darker, I think it was just about to come out. It was still in beta. But it was about to come out, and I thought, hey, maybe I should try to make some shorts on Dark and Darker. It didn't last very long. When the channel started, it was just like Honestly, throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. And it turns out that retro stuff stuck quite well. So that's why we do a bunch of retro stuff. The background should be darker, so we change the opacity to about 50-ish, maybe a bit more, 45. Yeah, it's a bit loud for now. Turn this down. 5-4. Let's do some edits. Tomb Raider 2 is arguably the game in the series that everyone remembers the most fondly. We can bring back to Final Fantasy Lo-Fi now. Played too much Deltarune reference recently. I played Undertale and I never finished it. Maybe I should. I thought about playing Undertale on stream someday. Remembers the most fondly. It's I got up to the spider boss in Undertale, the Spider Woman, and I don't think I could beat her, so I gave up. This is a long time ago. Remembers the most fondly. Its difficulty seemed. This gets a bit turned down slightly. Undertale is great, but don't. Why? Why not stream it? The most fondly. Its difficulty seemed fairly reasonable as a step up from the first game. Especially in the opening level, the Great Wall, where the path for... It is a remix. Sorry, yeah, we're doing lo-fi Final Fantasy VII music right now. Today. Don't stream your first Undertale playthrough is a common joke for a reason. You think people will, like... spoil it? The Great Wall, where the path for Lara is reasonable as a step up from the first game. Especially in the opening level, the Great Wall, where the path for Lara... I don't think I mind streaming it. But if you really insist that I shouldn't... It's on my list of games that I should probably stream at some point. Where the path for Lara seems fairly obvious and clear. However, by November 1998, with the release of Tomb Raider 3: The Adventures of Lara Croft, the developers decided to throw the... What about a PE1 stream? You mean Parasite Eve? I think Parasite Eve 2 is on the stream, on the list. I'm excited for the Discord. Me too, and me too. The developers decided to throw the players in the deep end and increase the difficulty considerably. I've never played PE1. I know it's a bit different from the second game. See, when Parasite Eve 2 came out, it looked like Resident Evil, which is why I played it. But I don't think the first game is. I think the first game is more like turn-based, right? Considerably. And it started with the very first levels in India. Once you slide... Do you think just mentioning India in a video will get the Indian audience to watch the video? Levels in India. Once you slide down the... From what I've heard, P1 plays a lot like Vagrant Story. I didn't like Vagrant Story. I remember my friend really, really hyping up... Was it Vagrant Story? Maybe it was a different game. It might have been a different Square soft RPG that he's talking about. It could have been Vagrant Story. Is Vagrant Story Square? Maybe I'm completely wrong. In India. Once you slide down the opening ramp into the jungle and take a look around, you'll quickly find yourself getting lost and wondering where to go. Where do I go? Found my Vagrant Story disc the other day in storage. Yeah, everyone really loves Vagrant Story. It's one of those games I didn't play, but everyone seems to love. Where to go. And this is a trend that will continue into the later levels of the game. See, in like a perfect world, I wouldn't call this a Did You Know? But if I don't put Did You Know in the title, YouTube doesn't like it. Like, I wish I could call this something else and it'd be fine. Well, that's it, James. Legend of Dragoon is the one that Sam always went on about. As this is probably the most relentless, confusing, and difficult Tomb Raider in the series. Definitely in the series. In the series. Definitely something. In the series. Definitely in the classic collection.
Lara's adventures will take her to Nevada. This will take her to Nevada, the South Pacific, Antarctica. Take her to Nevada, the South Pacific, Antarctica, and each area just as confusing. And each area like Antarctica. And each area just as confusing and labyrinthian as the last. "50 degrees, that's ridiculous. I don't think it's ever been 50 degrees in the history of this country. But the stage that really takes the knife is when you travel to the rooftops and underground of the City of London. That's funny, I like that. Rather than watching your back to avoid being the next recipient of London, City of London. Rather than watching your back to avoid being the next recipient of London culture. City of London. Rather than watching your back. Oh my god. But the stage that really takes the knife is when you travel to the rooftops and underground of the City of London. Rather than watching your back to avoid being the next recipient of London culture, you'll be struggling to figure. That's great. I really like that. Yeah. You'll be struggling to figure out where to go next. Kale is really a big esports person. Next. And I'm not kidding. Coming into the third game from the second was almost like hitting a brick wall. And to this day, I still haven't finished the game. You know all those ads you get right now for like the Esports World Cup? Because I get tons of them. I get so many of them. Ever since Chrome disabled uBlock Origin the other week, I get so many ads for the Esports World Cup. And that's what James is at right now, I think. Wall. And to this day, I still haven't finished the game. Without cheating, of course. Anyway, subscribe for more Tomb Raider videos. It's 1 minute 6 seconds. I assume all of Saudi Arabia, the entire country is probably air conditioned, I would imagine. From every centimeter of the country. Since the background needs to fill the whole thing, we just like cut pieces of it up. And then have a massive fade. Wait, no, that's wrong. Actually, no, that's right. The wall, where the path for Lara seems fairly obvious and clear. However, by November 1998, with the release of Tomb Raider 3, the event, you won't even see like her arm and the T-Rex's tail because that's where the video will be. Okay, that's the background. Copied and pasted. Yeah, I was really into like having animated backgrounds when we first started making videos, but these days I'm like, should the video just be the whole screen? I'm not sure. I did one recently. I did a video recently that was the whole screen. I thought it turned out well. And I can't even remember what the video was. Where's the channel? Which one was it? The Sims one. It was the skeleton one in The Sims. I had no background for that. Okay, right. I have to import everything now. The logo. That's important to have. All the video bits. Yep. You think you like the background? I like the backgrounds too, but like
Do you think it would be a better video if it was if it covered the entire screen rather than like a third of it in the middle? People do different things, right? Wait, what's happened? Something's happened. Well, if the video covered the entire screen, there would be no like background. Oh my god, Adobe annoys me so much. Like, there's one of the files that is slightly corrupted, so it slows the entire thing down. Like, I'll give you an example. Like, if I put this file, if I put this thing here, I usually size it to about 110. So this is how big the videos usually are. They usually look like this, right? But if let's say if there was no background, and the videos would be like this, right? So is it better to have no background and just footage of the game? Or is this better? Background looks better. I think the background looks better as well, because you can see a wider shot of the game. And a lot of the time it's like an older game as well, so you don't really need to... You don't want to be seeing an older game from this close up, right? Because it'll just be blurry. Right. Okay. Let's actually do this now. Tomb Raider 2 is arguably the game in the series that everyone remembers the most fondly. We need that intro clip. Intro clip comes first. Probably want Lara sliding down slightly. Start from here. We need to make it quieter, like 15, minus 15 decibels. That goes first. Tomb Raider 2 is arguably the game in the series that everyone remembers the most fondly. Its difficulty seemed fairly reasonable as a step up. I think we should split this. When she looks up here, we should split this into like a different clip. So we move it slightly this way so Lara's central on the video. Difficulty seemed fairly, but we actually add something else in here in the middle. Tomb Raider 2 is arguably the game in the series. That's where the T-Rex comes in next. It's that everyone remembers the most fondly. Where's the T-Rex clip? Do the old version. I think it's better. The T-Rex emerging from the darkness looks good. I might want to lighten this clip actually, make it a bit lighter. Turn it down. Effects, lighting effects. It's too dark. That was my concern with switching back to the old graphics. This is it with no lighting. And then you add lighting. And you make it slightly bigger. There we go. You can actually see what's going on now. I did some monkeys leveling. It's agony. Every mob level method sucks. Yeah. It's suffering no matter what you do. You can't win. I would just level normally, honestly. It's awful. And it only gets worse as you get higher level as well. Tomb Raider 2 is arguably the game in the series that everyone remembers the most fondly. Its difficulty seemed... That's when it should switch. Most fondly. The most fondly. Its difficulty seemed fairly reasonable. I don't like how I'm stepping back like this. I should have been moving forward. Especially in the opening step up from the first game. Especially in the opening level. And now we do the climbing bit. Should we do climbing but or just the normal? Or should we both? We can do both. Maybe do both. Where is it? Climbing. About to be 88. Yeah, 89 to 90 is like a nightmare. It genuinely is. It's awful. Why isn't this showing up? I hate Premiere. I hate it. Like, it just isn't previewing on the preview. Decided to throw the players in the deep end and increase the... Now it's just decided to just not preview anything. This is cool. I love Premiere. All these errors. The worst thing is, if I save my project and reopen Premiere, it reopens in an older version of Premiere, which doesn't make sense. Have I really lost space again? Already? 2.7 gig. What can I delete? I don't know what I can delete, that's my issue. What games can I delete? That's more maybe I should be looking at. What games am I not playing right now that are big? Silent Hill 2. I can get rid of that for now. Darktide, James isn't back until the 17th, so we can get rid of that for now. Helldivers. I think that's enough. But it still won't preview my videos. Void Crew? I don't think it's that big, that's the thing. A lot of these games just aren't very big. Yeah, I really like Half Sword. I want to know when the full version of it comes out. It's good. It's really fun. I'm gonna have to restart Premiere. I'm gonna have to run the older, crappier version. I don't know why it does this. Unless I can like refresh my workspaces. But then it changes everything. Screw it, I'm gonna just have to do it. Watch. Right, okay. So I've saved that, closed it. Now you reopen Premiere. And it opens an old version of it. And I don't understand why. I don't get it. Like, there's some sort of error when I was saving. And then it converts it to the older version of Premiere. It's so weird. I don't understand why. And these are like bugging out as well. Anyway, we can continue now. Oh look, everything's previewing. What a surprise. Even Max my character, but the last part when you battle in survival mode is way too hard. When you get super armored on that game, it's just impossible. Well, mine doesn't. Maybe I need to reinstall Premiere. Maybe I haven't just. I should probably reinstall it. It might fix it. But yeah, I have no idea why it does this. I can't close Premiere when I work on videos, or it does this. And there's certain things about this version of Premiere that aren't the same as the old version of Premiere. Like I'll have to finish this, and then I'll have to save it and export it, and then reopen Premiere again and start a new project. And then it'll let me add the subtitles. It's really odd. Great Wall. Tomb Raider 2 is arguably the game in the series that everyone remembers the most fondly. Its difficulty seemed fairly reasonable as a step up from the first game, especially in the opening level, the Great Wall, where the path for Lara seems fairly obvious and clear. However, by November 1998 with the release of Tomb Raider 3... There's too much going on. However, by this point I need to be on Tomb Raider 3. Reasonable step up in the first game. Where the path for Lara seems fairly obvious and clear. Tomb Raider 2 is arguably the game in the series that everyone remembers the most fondly. Its difficulty seemed fairly reasonable as a step up from the first game, especially in the opening level, the Great Wall, where the Its difficulty seemed fairly reasonable as a step up from the game, especially in the don't like this clip. Should be jumping, not climbing. Difficulty seems reasonable as a step. Especially in the opening level, the Great Wall, where the path. That's better. Great Wall, where the path for Lara seems fairly obvious. Except that's Great Wall, where the path for Lara seems fairly obvious, clear. However, where the path for Lara seems fairly obvious and clear. The Great Wall, where the path for Lara seems fairly obvious and clear. Obvious and clear. However, by no. Lara seems especially in the opening level, the Great Wall, the path. In 28 days, Delta will be. Is it only 28 days? I think it'd be quite difficult to run, for sure. Obvious and clear. However, by November 1990, do you know what movie I didn't like? 28 Weeks Later. I thought it was terrible. I only watched it like a couple months ago, and I thought it was awful. Really, really terrible. Everyone's like, oh, you've got to watch 28 Weeks Later. And like, everybody in this movie is stupid. It's like watching Prometheus. Yeah, there's one that just came out, right? Obvious and clear. However, oops. 28 hours later, is that one? Isn't it years? Years later? I was like, how is everyone in this movie so stupid? Yeah. However, by November 1998, with the release of Tomb Raider 3, The Adventures of Lara Croft. Wasn't Days the original? Or am I stupid? What's to start with in Tomb Raider 3? Maybe the Nevada clip? The one with the vulture? I'm sure there's a bunch of hotkeys and things I could be using, but I don't know. I actually did quite well in the script, Bexy. I didn't make that many mistakes. It's obvious and clear. However, by November 1998, with the release of Tomb Raider 3, The Adventures of Lara Croft, the developer decided for a pleasant end, increased the difficulty of Lara Croft. Cutscene. Where's the London fight? This one. Sorry, the TR3 London fight, but nobody gets stabbed. .mp4. From here. Lara Croft. The developers decided to throw the players in the deep end and increase the difficulty considerably.
Wait, I didn't include the climbing. Maybe that needs to be somewhere.
Especially in the opening level, the Great Wall. The path Lara seems fairly obvious and clear. However, path for Lara seems fairly obvious and clear.
Okay, I'm getting rid of this clip. I can't fit it in. I'm gonna get the butt one. Where's the butt? It just doesn't feel right. This one, climb butt. We can even zoom in to make it even more gratuitous. Oi, where's bum clip? Here it is. Oh, it's bum. Look, it's a bum. I'm from England. In it.
The opening level, Great Wall. The path for Lara seems fairly obvious and clear.
Oi, you got a license for that, bum, you?
Especially in the opening level, the Great Wall.
The question is, do we zoom in? Do we zoom in, or do we leave it as it is?
From the first game, especially in the opening level, the Great Wall, where the path for Lara seems fairly obvious and clear. However, by November 1998, with Lara seems fairly level, the Great Wall, where the path for Lara seems fairly obvious and clear.
What was that?
Where the path for Lara seems fairly obvious and clear. However, by obvious. It's fairly obvious and clear.
I should have been walking in this bit. I shouldn't have been running. I would have got a bigger clip. Go ahead. Game is a virgin, so go ahead and zoom. Okay, let's do it. So we go anchor point, right on the bum, and then we zoom in. How far do we zoom in? How far are we going? How far are we going? How gratuitous do you want to be? And the next question is this the thumbnail? That's the second question. So we make a fade between the first clip and the second clip, so I can get the size right with them. Because you have to make what's called a mask. So it would be like from here to like here. Again, I'm sure there's different ways of doing this, but this is the way I do it. That looks wonky to me. Is that a perfect square? I can't tell. Maybe. We'll see. It doesn't matter. And then it's definitely not a perfect square, but we'll fix it later. Then we have to like sort of match it up with the other one.
Especially in the opening level.
Tomb Raider 2 is arguably the game in the series that everyone remembers the most fondly.
Its difficulty seemed fairly reasonable as a step up from the first game, especially in the opening level, the Great Wall, where the path for Lara seems fairly obvious and clear.
That's pretty shameless. I'm just climbing a ladder. It's just the game. It's just how the game is. It's wonky. Yeah, I think it is. I can't tell very well. Like there, maybe? There must be a way to just make a square. Like an even square, but I don't know how to do it. That looks pretty okay.
The first game, especially in the
This is not so far zoomed in that you're giving her a clasp. I mean, I could just keep zooming in.
From the first game, especially in the opening level, the Great Wall, where the path for Lara seems fairly obvious and clear. However, by November 1998, with
Okay, I think that's fine. I think we leave it. I think we're done with the intro.
fairly obvious and clear. However, by November 1998, the release of the Adventures of Lara Croft. The
developers decided to throw the players in the deep end and increase the difficulty considerably. And it started with the very first levels in India. Where's the ramp? The ramp. We need the ramp. Ramp, ramp, ramp. Where are you? You're here somewhere. Where is it? India CS. Lasers remaster. Did I not save it? I don't see it. Maybe I didn't put it in. India, India, India. Did I delete it or something? I had a clip of Lara going down the ramp. I'm sure I did. Maybe it corrupted and maybe I deleted it. We might said I can make more streams if I show how I make videos in the future. I remember you might said I can make more streams if I show how I make my videos in the future. Where is the ramp? I guess I just didn't save it. Mode ending. It's fine, we don't need it. Just do it like this. I started with the very first level. And it started with the very first levels in India. Once you slide down the opening ramp into the jungle and take a look around. Yeah. Even say it in the script. These corrupted files are slowing everything down. In India. Once you slide down the opening ramp into the jungle. Once you slide down the opening ramp. Unlink the sound, don't need it. So I want to slow it down by about 85. No, lower than that. Sorry, higher than that. No, lower. 55. Down the opening ramp into the jungle and take a look around. You'll quickly India. Down the opening ramp into the jungle and take a look around. The opening ramp into the jungle. Take a look around. You quickly find out and it's a trend that will control the opening ramp into the jungle and take a look around. If I had another India level clip. CS? Yeah. Where's the one I fall into the water? There was one
I just not. I feel like I just haven't saved these probably. Is your PC running GW? I don't think so. What's the topic of the short? More or less just how Tomb Raider 3 was a colossal step up in difficulty from the first and from the second game, basically. I've not organized these clips very well. How the hot dog get, yeah, exactly. Let's get through the India part. It's boring me now. Look around, you'll quickly find yourself. Take a look around. You'll quickly find yourself getting lost and wondering where to go. And this is a trend that will continue into the later levels of the game. And this is a trend that will continue into the later levels of the game. That might be the thumbnail right there. Lara looking there. Out of curiosity, like your number one vid is at 3 million. How much do you actually get from that? Not as much as you think. A lot of the videos that have a lot of views got most of their views before the channel was monetized. So, not as much as you might think. Basically. Not in the thousands, in the hundreds. Let's say that much. I think some of them would have got a lot more than that if the channel was monetized. What does it take to get monetized? What did it take? You needed 10 million views in 3 months. And you needed... There's different steps to monetization, but to get ad revenue, you need 10,000... Is it 10,000? It's 10 million views in 90 days. And something else that I can't remember. What was it? I don't remember, honestly. Getting the 10 million views in 90 days was the hardest. Well, you need 1,000 subs to get like basic monetization, but it's not ad revenue. It's like memberships and super chats and things like that. But really, everyone's after the ad revenue, right? You need 1,000 subs, yeah, and a certain amount of hours watched as well, I think. But to get ad revenue, yeah, you need 10 million shorts views, or like, it's something like 5,000 watch hours or 10,000 watch hours in a certain period of time, like a month or so, or is it a year? It could be a year. I can't remember. It was a while ago. Basically, you need to hit a bunch of goals that they set out on your YouTube page. You'll quickly find yourself getting lost and wondering where to go, and this is a trend that will continue into the later levels of the game. As this is probably the most relentless, confusing, and difficult Tomb Raider in the series, definitely in the classic collection. Where's that Amazon clip? The Pacific one. Maybe we should the end boss now, actually. Obviously, like, consistency is a big thing. Like, if you're putting out videos every single day, or most days a week, I think you'll get somewhere regardless of what you do. But I say that, but there's people that have channels that are like 10 years old, like 15 years old, and they have like way less than I do. But I am extremely consistent.
Like, I do 6 videos a week, every single day apart from Sunday. I'm not sure if I am. I'm not sure if I am blessed. I just think I'm consistent. I have decent quality videos. I think I have decent quality videos. My audio doesn't suck. I speak reasonably clear English, and I'm consistent. And I'm kind of showing people things that they may be things that I'm interested in, that I'm hoping other people are also interested in, right? Or that I think people will be interested in. I made a few videos and got 22 subs, but are you doing it every single day? Are you doing it consistently? I mean, I wouldn't say do 6 videos a week, but I would certainly say, like, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, you should put out a video. Or something like that. I'm not sure if 6 a week are necessary. And I only make shorts, right? I don't know what the deal is for long form video. Though I will find out in the future. Maybe I make long form videos and it just explodes, right? I don't know. And it completely changes my perspective of how YouTube works. Or they just go nowhere. Like, I make like a 20-30 minute video and it just does nothing. It doesn't matter how many subs my channel has. Or how consistent my shorts are. Like, maybe it's completely separate to the shorts algorithm. Try to figure out how the algorithm works is like a mystery. Like, nobody really knows. I mean, there's some basic rules to it, obviously, that you can probably use common sense with. Like, oh, clickbaity things will probably do better. But like, I don't know. I remember when you stream MGS, when you get more views, I remember you watched, but yeah, because it's Metal Gear, right? That's probably why. As this is probably the most relentless. Be quieter. As this is probably the most relentless, confusing, and difficult. It's probably the most relentless, confusing. Don't like that. As this is probably. This is probably the most relentless, confusing, and confusing. I need something else here. Maybe the vulture getting blown up comes here. To go this way a bit. Like, it's kind of a reason I want to stream on Twitch instead. To keep my VODs out of the subscription feed. Yeah. I mean, Kale has a lot of experience in online content creation. In several different avenues. Like, when we started, we had like a... I mean, how many subs did we have before we'd even put out a video? It was like 50, 40, 30? Something like that. And that's just that's just Kale's connections. Confusing and difficult. Most relentless, confusing and difficult Tomb Raider. And maybe the algorithm likes that. In Twitch you can open subs in 50 followers. I've got a few followers on Twitch and I haven't even touched the channel on that. It's like basic profile with nothing on it. Confusing and difficult. I like Twitch better for streaming. I think it's... I mean, when you think of video game streaming, you think of Twitch, right? Confusing and difficult Tomb Raider. You don't necessarily think about YouTube streaming. Definitely a classic collection. Lara's adventures will take her to Nevada. Maybe that ends there. Confusing and difficult Tomb Raider in the series. Definitely in the Classic Collection. Large adventures will take us to Nevada. The South Pacific. South Pacific. Where's the swimmer? Pacific Raptors. I feel like it's deleted some of my clips. I had that swimming clip as well, and it's just not here. Maybe that's when it was bugging out. Can I re-import them? You can also earn 3 points that you can redeem for fun. Exactly, Haberam. Yeah, I would love stuff like that on here, like sound effects that people could play and stuff like that. I think it'd be funny, but you can't really do that on YouTube. I mean, I'm sure you could somehow, but it's not like for channel points and things like that. Maybe when Delta comes out, I do it on Twitch or something. I think that would be a good time to try and do something on Twitch. I feel like it's just deleted some of my clips. I swear to God. Pacific 1. Also, my streaming isn't consistent. That's another problem. Like, if I streamed consistently, I'm sure I would build up something, but I don't stream every Wednesday, Monday, and Friday, which I should be doing, but I don't. My streams are like, well, I'll do it when I feel like it. Which isn't how you build an audience. I already know that. I'm already very clear on that. I unsub from someone, so you need to fill the time, please. I might know. I'll try. I'll do my best. Yeah, Twitch does tell you when people are live. Yeah, you're right. The South Pacific, Antarctica, the South Pacific, Antarctica, the South Pacific. Six days a week, gosh. What, streams? 6 streams a week's a lot of streams. That's a lot of work. It's a shame rebranding my Twitch is a pain because I have... Yeah, you're right. I wouldn't bother. You almost have your own, like, realm of your esports stuff, right? It's different. I just need to be... me and you, but mostly me, just need to be consistent with streams. That's all it really... Just play MGS... Yeah. Vincent's right. I should just play MGS1 for 6 days. I should play MGS1 6 days a week. I'm sure I won't lose my mind. I'm sure I won't want to pull a bullet from my brain. We should play MGS Delta. I think you're right, End. I think I should. I think if I'm gonna do anything on Twitch, I probably should do it when Delta comes out. And I can post on like social media and things like, hey, I'm on Twitch and I'm playing Delta. Would you like to play some multiplayer? Because I will be playing the multiplayer. And I would like people to join in if they want to. Play Metal Gear Survive 6 days. We could play I don't know why we're not playing Survive together, because you can, right? Can you play Survive like 4-player? We should do that for a laugh. It'd be funny. I've never played Survive, but we should. I think it'd be fun to play and laugh at. I do not have Survive. I'd probably get it at a sale. There's no way I mean, how much is it on Steam? I bet it's way too much. Where's that called? The dive. That's what I want. This short's taking me about 3 times as long with a stream. 30? Yeah, it's too much. How much is it? Can you find out how much is it on sale? I can do it myself, actually. Metal Gear Survive Steam. When it's on sale, it's about $6.99. 2-year low has been $13.99.
I'd buy it for $6.99. This isn't the clip I wanted. I can use this one actually. Cut there. Bring this over. Where's the dive? I want the dive. Dive. Cold dive. One day I'll do more streaming, but with my schedule it's very tough. Yeah. I feel like streaming doesn't come naturally to me. That's my issue. I feel I have to try really hard to keep talking all the time. Keep people engaged all the time. I find it really difficult. I'm not a blabber. I don't think I am. I can talk a lot, but I don't think I'm a blabber. It helps with a chat that moves, right? If there's things going on, if there's questions and topics in the chat, it's a lot easier. But like, just filling dead air is not easy. Or I don't find it very easy. Antarctica, and each area just as confusing and labyrinthian as the last. Lara's adventures will take her to Nevada, the South Pacific, Antarctica, and each area just as confusing and labyrinthian as the last. But the stage that really takes the knife is just as confusing and labyrinthian as the last. But the stage that really takes the knife definitely in the classic collection. Lara's adventures will take her to Nevada. £35 for Survivor is too much. I'm not paying that. I would get it for like 10. When you're like a game like that and you're notoriously awful, like I'm not paying more than like £10 for it. It was on sale for 80% off 2 years ago. Also, when's the next Steam sale? It'd be like, oh god, it'd be like winter now, won't it? Unless this is a summer. No, did we do the summer sale already? I think we did, didn't we? Bit ridiculous. I agree, that's crazy. My playlist ended. Loop. Autumn or winter? There'll be, if you go to Google and type next Steam sale, it always brings up like, what's next? Next Steam sale. When is the next Steam sale? Autumn sale, 29th of September. So maybe then it'll be cheaper. But if it's not there, it'll be like Christmas. Unless it goes like on a random sale like one day. I tell you what, I'll wishlist it. I will wishlist Metal Gear Survive right now. Survive. No. Metal Gear Survive. That's crazy. That's way too much. Do you know what? Next Fest is getting better and better like every year, or do you feel that way? Because I feel that way. There's a lot. It offers a lot more than it used to. Like, what was I playing in Next Fest recently? Like the last one. I was playing something and I can't remember what it was. But it definitely offers quite a lot. Take it to Nevada, the South Pacific. Is that 100? Yeah. 110. Pacific, Antarctica, and each area just as confusing and labyrinthian as the last. But the stage that really takes the knife is... It's too loud. As the last. Next Fest is getting better while the main sale. Do you know, I used to be so excited for Steam sales. They used to be like... They were always different and there'd be like... You know, little mini games with them and stuff. There hasn't been an exciting Steam sale in... such a long time, and it sucks. They're so boring now. I understand there was like some like reason why they couldn't be interesting anymore, but it's so much more boring than it used to be. I wish the minigames were back. They were cool. Like they always came with little like awards and stuff, right? Do you remember the one with the teams, like the different colored teams? I can't remember what you had to do. Some minigame where everyone was put on a different coloured team. When was that? I can't remember. There was so many. Each area just as confusing and labyrinthian as the last. But the stage that really takes the knife is when you travel to the rooftop. Okay, we use the cinematic clip now. Where is it? Maybe it's gone. Maybe it's left. This list just does not have every. The greatest show ever made. There we go. I just look at Steam every sales before the texture layer was removed because of inflation. If I remember correctly, they got rid of those minigames because a YouTuber figured out a way to print out mass. Really? That's terrible. I just wish they weren't boring. They used to be interesting. And now they're not. Like, you used to get, like, points, and you could spend the points on, like, TF2 items and stuff. A few items in TF2 that I have are, like, Steam sale items. Like, there was that one that was, like, it was like a chest with an octopus inside of it. And some glasses. And I still have them to this day. Beautiful shot. Maybe that's the thumbnail. Takes the knife is when you travel to the rooftops and underground of the city of London, rather than watching. Right, okay, so this is the thumbnail. Or this. Lara just standing there. Or this. I think it's the second one. I think Lara just standing there is the thumbnail. They're not even called thumbnails, they're called covers on YouTube. Nobody says thumbnail anymore. But I still do. Back to avoid being the next recipient of London. Okay, we need Lara killing those guards now. Shooting hooligans. Probably in faster motion, like 125. We still got a bum nail. Yeah. I like that. Lara just like murdering people is the next clip. Alright. Take care, James. I'll see you tomorrow. Of the city of London. Rather than watching your back to avoid being the next recipient of London culture, it's too loud. The ground of the city of London. Rather than watching your back to avoid being the next recipient of London culture, you'll be struggling to figure out where. Confused clip. Where is it? Getting lost. It's getting lost 1, not 2. It's 2 of them. Where to go next. Figure out where to go next. Coming into the third game from the second was almost like hitting a brick wall. And to this— That's loud, Jesus Christ.
Struggling to figure out where to go. Struggling to figure out where to go next. Coming into the third game from the second was almost like hitting a brick wall, and to this day I still haven't finished the game. Without cheating, of course. Coming to the third game, it's almost like hitting a brick wall, and to this day I still haven't. I don't like it. She's not really lost, it's just like a straight path. Honestly, Hyperim, this is taking me like 3 times longer with a stream. Yeah, I'd be done. I trust me, I would be done by now. I'd be done a long time ago. But I'm getting distracted looking at Metal Gear Survive and stupid things, right? It's down the ramp. Discussing things. I would be done a long time ago, I promise. Also, Adobe Premiere not behaving as well. Struggling to figure out where to go next. Coming into the third game from the second was almost like hitting a brick. It's too long, it's boring. Struggling to figure out where to go next. Coming into the third game from the second was almost like hitting a brick wall, and to this day I still haven't finished the game. Without cheating, of course. Finished the game. Without cheating, of course. Anyway, have I missed a clip that I really should have in? Lasers is kind of boring. The mud's the ending, like sinking in the mud. Crash, maybe? Yeah, the crash. I should have that. Now cheating, of course. Anyway, where to go next. Coming into the third game from the second was almost like hitting a brick wall, and to this day I still haven't finished the game. Without cheating, of course. So loud. The game. Without cheating, of course. Anyway. Okay, now we have the crash. And then we have the sinking in the mud, and then it's done. Thank you, Andy, I appreciate that. From there, then we turn it down, and then we speed it up slightly. Anyway, subscribe for more Tomb Raider videos. I mean, I think that's a good ending, but I need the sinking. Anyway, subscribe for more Tomb Raider videos. Is that the thumbnail? Or is that the thumbnail? Option number 4. I think, honestly, I think that's a... I might use this as the thumbnail, genuinely. Let's go a few frames back. No. Could like centralize it a bit, like here. Oh no, wrong one. Like this. It's like a pog face. I kind of want the sinking in the mud though. Maybe this is after the sink. Maybe the mud sink comes in like here. I kind of want that as the thumbnail now. I think it's funny. Sometimes I'm like, I'll just do what's the funniest and hope it works. I mean, everyone's like, oh, the thumbnails don't matter in shorts. I don't think I agree. Loads of people say they don't matter, but I think they do matter.
Oh, don't be weird again, please. Thank you. The third game from the second was almost like hitting a brick wall. And to this day, I still haven't finished the game. I still haven't finished the game. Maybe here. You can make manual thumbnails on shorts. Depends what website you're using. YouTube won't let you manually choose the short thumbnail unless you upload it from your phone. You can't do it on the desktop version, which is the stupidest thing ever, but that's just how it works. Yeah, if you want to have a custom thumbnail or you want to choose the thumbnail yourself, you have to upload it from your phone. If you do it from your desktop, it won't let you choose. So every time I put out a short, I have to upload it to the drive on Google Drive, and then download it onto my phone, and then upload it from my phone. But only for YouTube. Like, other websites are fine, but it's only YouTube that doesn't let you do it. And why? I have no clue. Anyway, it's so dumb. And it's been like this for 2 years. Ever since I started making videos, it's been like this. And they still haven't changed it. It's like they don't think that people that make shorts would make shorts from a computer. They think people are just like filming some weird meme thing, like a TikTok, and then uploading it straight from the phone. They don't expect, I don't think they expect people to make like I make videos with shorts. Yeah, Habram, they do. Anyway, like, there's so many news stories that are like, oh, Gen Z and younger don't know how to use like computers, right? They just don't use them because they grew up with like tablets and phones and stuff. I still haven't finished. Whether there's any truth in that, I don't know. To this day, I still haven't finished the game. Of course. Anyway, okay, here to and then here. The game from the second was almost like hitting a brick. YouTube plans. Well, I think shorts were definitely an afterthought. Like, they certainly weren't first to the, you know, short form content race. That's for sure. I mean, there's a lot of people even now that still don't like short. I mean, I personally blocked shorts for the longest time on YouTube because I didn't want to see them. They were so annoying. It just wasn't the type of content that I liked. But YouTube kept recommending them, and I would find myself like doom scrolling them on YouTube. So I was like, I need to block this because it's not productive. But now I make them. To go next. Coming into the third game from the second was almost like hitting a brick wall, and to this day I still haven't finished the game. Without cheating, of course. Anyway, subscribe for more Tomb Raider. Just slow this down slightly. 105. Anyway, subscribe for more Tomb Raider videos. She's dead. Rip. That's the end of Lara. So the background fades out first, and then the video fades out. What's the title? Did you know Tomb Raider difficulty? I think. It was gonna be hard. Tomb Raider hard, but I think difficulty sounds better. Okay, let's watch the whole thing through.
Tomb Raider 2 is arguably the game in the series that everyone remembers the most fondly. Its difficulty seemed fairly reasonable as a step up from the first game, especially in the opening level, the Great Wall, where the path for Lara seems fairly obvious and clear. However, by November 1998 with the release of Tomb Raider 3 The Adventures of Lara Croft, the developers decided to throw the players in the deep end and increase the difficulty considerably, and it started with the very first levels in India. Once you slide down the opening ramp into the jungle and take a look around, you'll quickly find yourself getting lost and wondering where to go, and this is a trend that will continue into the later levels of the game, as this is probably the most relentless, confusing, and difficult Tomb Raider in the series, definitely in the classic collection. Lara's adventures will take her to Nevada, the South Pacific, Antarctica, and each area just as confusing and labyrinthian as the last. But the stage that really takes the knife is when you travel to the rooftops and underground of the city of London. Rather than watching your back to avoid being the next recipient of London culture, you'll be struggling to figure out where to go next. Coming into the third game from the second was almost like hitting a brick wall, and to this day I still haven't finished the game. Without cheating, of course. Anyway, subscribe for more Tomb Raider videos. There you go. Needs some little bits doing. Like here, the volume should be louder. Videos. Tomb Raider videos. These more fades between scenes as well. South Pacific, Antarctica. Yeah. Yeah. Here. Travel to the rooftops and rather than watching your back to preview, please. So let's go half. Maybe that'll help. London, rather than back to avoid being the next recipient of London culture, you'll be struggling to figure out where to go next. It's the third game, the lost in the brick wall. Okay. I think it's too loud in some places. Tomb Raider 2 is arguably the game in the series that everyone remembers the most fondly. Its difficulty seemed fairly reasonable as a step up from the first game, especially in the opening level, the Great Wall, where the path for Lara seems fairly obvious and clear. However, by November 1998 with the release of Tomb Raider 3 The Adventures of Lara... Like, that's too loud. However, by November 1998 and clear. However, by November 1998 with the release of Tomb Raider 3... Still too loud. It's clear. However, by November 1998 with the release of Tomb Raider 3 The Adventures of Lara Croft, the developers decided to throw the players in the deep end and increase the difficulty considerably. The developers decided to throw the players in the deep end and increase the difficulty considerably, and it started with the very first What's going on there? And it started with the very first level considerably, and it started with the very first levels in India. Once you slide down the opening ramp into the jungle and take a look around, you'll quickly find yourself getting lost and wondering where to go, and this is a trend that will continue into the later levels of the game, as this is probably the most relentless, confusing, and difficult Tomb Raider in the series, definitely in the classic collection. Lara's adventures will take her to Nevada, the South Pacific, Antarctica, and each area just as confusing and labyrinthian as the last. But the stage that really takes the knife is when you travel to the rooftops and underground of the city of London. Rather than watching your back to avoid being the next recipient of London culture, you'll be struggling to figure out London. Rather than watching your back to avoid being the next recipient of London culture, you'll be struggling to figure out where to go next. Coming into the third game from the second was almost like hitting a brick wall, and to this day I still haven't finished the game. Without cheating, of course. Anyway, subscribe for more Tomb Raider videos. Okay. We're getting there, we're almost there. Logo. For some reason they're really massive, so you have to make them smaller. This goes here. I've done it the wrong way around. Yeah. This is 5 free.
This is 5. Feels a bit weird. That fades out when the background fades out. Okay, something's going on here with the size. That's wrong. It's because it's not 110. There we go. Go here. Text. Tomb Raider 3. Make it bold. Poppins is the font I use for everything. Stroke. Black. To about 8. I can never get these central. I wonder if there's a way to do it, but there might be a way to make it easier, but I can never... I'm always like, is that central? I'm not sure. Yeah, I use Poppins medium. Poppins medium. Why do I use Poppins medium? Because the logo is Poppins medium. And the graphic designer guy made the logo, and that's what he used. No reason beyond that. That's definitely not central, I can already tell. Difficulty. And this is the same blue as the logo. So we go here. Fill. Use the dropper. The logo. Blue. Doesn't look bold to me. It is though, apparently. Where's central? My eyes are terrible. I can never get it right. Poppins Medias are great. I'm sure a lot of people use them, same sort of fonts. Does that look centered? I can never tell. What's your eye degree? Well, I wear glasses for a start. I don't know. My eyes are rubbish. They're really bad. Usually the logo is centered, so I kind of compare the titles to the where the logo is. I can't tell. So this needs to go all the way over here as well. Right, we're almost done. I think that looks central to me. Then we go graphics. Lower third. This is the subscriber thing. I can't change it in this version of... Right, we're gonna have to export this first. You should drag the TR3 logo left a bit. Yeah, I think you're right. It's like here. It's so hard for me to see where center is. Again, I'm sure there's a really easy way of doing this that I'm not aware of. Is that central? Are they both central? Maybe put the top one a tiny bit higher. Look at that. Maybe. I need like a ruler on the screen. Right, I can't do subtitles here or the subscription thing. So I need to export this. So I always go match source adapted high bitrate. And you choose the folder. Let's get rid of all those raw files. Did you know Tomb Raider difficulty? Export. This might lag me. We'll see. I thought about playing something after this, but I didn't think it would take 3 hours, so probably not. I do want to play the new TF2 stuff at some point, and but I'm not sure when. Usually I only really come back for like the Halloween events, because the Halloween events have stuff going on, whereas the summer and the Christmas event don't have things going on. But I'll always play the Halloween events, for sure. Yeah, Valve was like, oh, we want everyone to make man versus machine maps. And I don't think anything's happened yet. Okay, that's exported. So then we need to open the exported file in a different project. Because Adobe Premiere doesn't like me. Tomb Raider 2 is arguably the game in the series that everyone remembers the most fondly. Its difficulty seemed fairly reasonable as a step up from the first game, especially in the opening level, the Great Wall, where the path for Lara seems fairly obvious and clear. However, by November 1998, with the release of Tomb Raider 3: The Adventures of Lara Croft, the developers decided to throw the players in the deep end and increase the difficulty considerably, and it started with the very first levels in India. Once you slide down the opening ramp into the jungle and take a look around, you'll quickly find yourself getting lost and wondering where to go, and this is a trend that will continue into the later levels of the game, as this is probably the most relentless, confusing, and difficult Tomb Raider in the series, definitely in the classic collection. Lara's adventures will take her to Nevada, the South Pacific, Antarctica, and each area just as confusing and labyrinthian as the last. But the stage that really takes the knife is when you travel to the rooftops and underground of the city of London. Rather than watching your back to avoid being the next recipient of London culture, you'll be struggling to figure out where to go next. Coming into the third game from the second was almost like hitting a brick wall, and to this day I still haven't finished the game. Without cheating, of course. Anyway, subscribe for more Tomb Raider videos. You'll quickly release it with the very find yourself getting lost and wondering where to go, and this is a trend that will continue into... I think this is the thumbnail, personally. Even though I like this, I still think maybe this is the thumbnail. But you can't tell it's Lara, that's the thing. It's stupid, but you can't tell it's her. That's the issue. I think this is the thumbnail. I think just having Lara on a thumbnail is good. Like there. Like that's the thumbnail. At least I think so. Right, now we need to open a new project. Again. Oh look, it's back to the previous version of Adobe Premiere. How weird. Tomb Raider difficulty final. Where's it gone? Yeah. We need to increase. We need to put music in. I've totally forgotten. Oh, what's wrong? Tomb Raider 2 is arguably the game in the series that everyone... That's too loud. To about 24. Maybe Adobe is just trolling. It is just trolling me. Music fades out by about here. Tomb Raider 2 is arguably the game in the series that everyone remembers the most fondly. Its difficulty seemed fairly reasonable as a step up from the first game, especially... It's too loud.
Tomb Raider 2 is arguably the game in the series that everyone remembers the most fondly. It's difficult.
Can't even hear it now. What's going on? Oh, I did it wrong.
Tomb Raider 2 is arguably the game in the series that everyone remembers the most fondly. Its difficulty seemed fairly reasonable as a step up from the first game, especially in the opening level, the Great Wall, where the path for Lara seems fairly obvious and clear. However, by November 1998 with
It's still too loud.
Tomb Raider 2 is arguably the game in the series that everyone remembers the most fondly. Its difficulty seemed fairly reasonable as a step up from the first game, especially in the opening level, the Great Wall, where the path for Lara seems fairly obvious and clear. However, by November 1998 with the release of Tomb Raider 3 The Adventures of Lara Croft, the developers decided to throw the players in the deep end and increase the difficulty considerably, and it started with the very first levels in India. Once you slide down the opening ramp into the jungle and take a look around, you'll quickly find yourself getting lost and wondering where to go. And this is a trend that will continue into the later levels of the game, as this is probably the most relentless, confusing, and difficult Tomb Raider in the series, definitely in the classic collection. Lara's adventures will take her to Nevada, the South Pacific, Antarctica, and each area just as confusing and labyrinthian as the last. But the stage that really takes the knife is when you travel to the rooftops and underground of the City of London. Rather than watching your back to avoid being the next recipient of London culture, you'll be struggling to figure out where to go next. Coming into the third game from the second was almost like hitting a brick wall, and to this day I still haven't finished the game. Without
still
cheating,
too
of
loud.
course. Anyway, subscribe for more Tomb Raider.
Like here, it needs to be quieter. You can see on the timeline it's loud here. That's wrong. No, that's right. Do it.
Adventures will take her to Nevada, the South Pacific, Antarctica, and each area just as confusing and labyrinthian as the last. But the stage that really takes the knife is when you travel to the rooftops and underground of the City of London. Rather than watching your back to avoid being the next recipient of London culture, you'll be struggling to figure out where to go next. Coming into the third game from the second was almost like hitting a brick wall, and to this day I still haven't finished the game. Without cheating, of course.
Anyway,
I think that's better. Hello AP, how are you doing?
right. We've done that. Music's in. Button. Subscribe button. Subscribe. Delete that. Make this bigger. This goes up here. Here. Aligned with the centered title. Speed it up a bit. Goes there.
Tomb Raider videos.
That seems about right. Right. One more thing to do. Subtitles. And then we are finished. These settings, I don't quite know what's best. I don't really understand what it means by a lot of these things. Like I've seen videos where you have like two words on a line, and I think it's just a bit stupid. Tomb Raider 2. Okay, take these. Again, pop-ins. About 61 is where I go for the size. Bigger, and then like placement of subtitles is a funny topic. People think they should be like dead center. People think they should be down here. I think they should be kind of upper middle. Tomb Raider 2 Roman numerals. Tomb Raider 2 is up is grey on. Yeah, I think about here. Obviously, I think about here. But people will have them like people will have subtitles like this, and I just think it's crazy. It blocks some like here and then massive like like not that big, but like this big.
in the series that everyone remembers the most fondly, and I think it's crazy. Its difficulty seemed fairly but I don't know what still now I don't know what the best thing is for subtitles. Yeah, that obstructs a lot of the video. Yeah. I've seen some crimes that people commit with subtitles. Or subtitles that aren't even spelled correctly. They just don't go through them. Tomb Raider 2 is... I go through them every single time. I know a lot of people don't, or they auto-generate them and that's it. That's all they do. But I go through every single one. Tomb Raider 2 is arguably the game in the series that everyone remembers the most fondly. It's difficult... difficulty. The most fondly. Its difficulty seemed fairly reasonable as a step up from the first game, especially in the opening level. Excuse me. The opening level, the Great Wall. Opening level, comma. The Great Wall. Full stop. The opening level, the Great Wall, where the path for Lara... With a flourish? What? Where the path for Lara... This is not what I said. Where the path... for Lara. The Great Wall, where the path for Lara seems fairly obvious and clear. However, by November 1998, with the release of Tomb Raider 3... Tomb Raider 3 should be on the same line. But... With the release of Tomb Raider 3, The Adventures of Lara Croft, the developers decided to throw the players in the deep... Throw the players decided to throw the players in the deep end and increase the difficulty considerably. And it started with the very first levels in India. Once you slide down the opening ramp into the jungle and take a look around, you'll quickly find yourself getting lost and wondering where to go. And this is a trend that will continue into... See, since YouTube doesn't let me choose my own cover, I need to do this every time. I need to cut the subtitles slightly, because the subtitles will cover the cover. So if you look carefully on my videos, you'll notice there's always like a cut subtitle where the cover is. It's all because YouTube won't let me choose the cover. Continue into the later levels of the game, as this is probably the most relentless, confusing, and difficult Tomb Raider in the series. Definitely in the classic collection. Full stop. Classic collection. Lara's Adventures will take... It's not a title. Lara's Adventures isn't a title. Lara's Adventures will take her to Nevada. Take her to Nevada. This will take her to Nevada, the South Pacific, Antarctica, and each area just as confusing and labyrinthian as... Labyrinthian as the last. But the stage that really takes the knife is when you travel to the roof... Takes the knife. Do I need an emoji there? Takes the knife. No, not yet. The knife is when you travel to the rooftops and underground of the city of London, rather than watching your back to avoid being the next recipient of London culture. Knife emoji. Knife emoji. I don't want kitchen knife, I want like dagger. Dagger emoji. So how does YouTube choose the cover? If you don't upload it from your phone, it will take the exact moment in the middle of the video and make that the cover. Yeah. Whatever's the precise middle, it will take. There we go. That's better. To avoid being the next recipient of London culture, you'll be struggling to figure out where to go next. Coming into the third game from the second was almost like hitting a brick wall, and to this day I still haven't finished the game. Without Winky face. But what if the middle is literally just the black... Yeah, it'll take that. If it's literally just a black screen, it'll... Before I realized that you could upload covers from your phone, I used to make sure that the cover was the exact middle of the video. I used to go out of my way to do it, which was really, really annoying. Without cheating, of course. winky face. Finish the game. Without cheating, of course. Anyway, comma. Subscribe for more Tomb Raider videos. Tomb Raider videos, smiley face. It's important. Subscribe for more Tomb Raider videos. And there we go. Actually, no, I need to do something else. They need a slight animation on the subtitles. A very slight animation. So you go to the first frame of each. You go to the first frame of the first subtitle. You put the anchor point at the top, like this. You scale it to 0 on the first frame. And then the second, you make sure this is pressed to get keyframes. Then you go 110 for the second, and then 100 for the for the third. And then you click the first keyframe, ease out. Second keyframe, ease in. Middle keyframe, auto Bezier, I don't know how to say it. And then you go to the vector motion, copy it, and you paste it onto every single other subtitle. And then it should be animated on every single one. Tomb Raider 2 is arguably the game in the series that everyone remembers the most fondly. Its difficulty seemed fairly reasonable as a step up from the first game, especially in the... But we're done now, so let's watch it properly. With no Final Fantasy music in the background. Tomb Raider 2 is arguably the game in the series that everyone remembers the most fondly. Its difficulty seemed fairly reasonable as a step up from the first game, especially in the opening level, the Great Wall, where the path for Lara seems fairly obvious and clear. However, by November 19th... What if you turned up the popping to the max? Okay, let's try it. Let's do it. Just for fun. So, like, the second keyframe has to be, like, enormous. Like, 350. And then the, no, it has to be like 250. No, okay, 200. Let's compromise. And then copy it, and then paste it onto every subtitle. Tomb Raider 2 is arguably the game in the series that everyone remembers like the middle frame of the animation is just enormous for a second, the most fondly. Its difficulty seemed fairly reasonable as a step up from the first game, especially in the opening level, the Great Wall, where the path for Lara seems fairly obvious and clear. However, by November 1990... Anyway, we're not doing that. Sorry, it's a great idea, but we're not doing that. Okay, Tomb Raider 2 is Wait, it's still broken. Arguably the game in the series... It looks like it's bugging. Yeah, it does look like it's bugging out. Tomb Raider 2 is... How do I turn it back? How do I change it back? There we go. Tomb Raider 2 is arguably the game in the series that everyone remembers the most fondly. Its difficulty seemed fairly reasonable as a step up from the first game, especially in the opening level, the Great Wall, where the path for Lara seems fairly obvious and clear. However, by November 1998, with the release of Tomb Raider 3: The Adventures of Lara Croft, the developers decided to throw the players in the deep end and increase the difficulty considerably, and it started with the very first levels in India. Once you slide down the opening ramp into the jungle and take a look around, you'll quickly find yourself getting lost and wondering where to go, and this is a trend that will continue into the later levels of the game, as this is probably the most relentless, confusing, and difficult Tomb Raider in the series, definitely in the classic collection. Lara's adventures will take her to Nevada, the South Pacific, Antarctica, and each area just as confusing and labyrinthian as the last. But the stage that really takes the knife is when you travel to the rooftops and underground of the city of London. Rather than watching your back to avoid being the next... Do you know what, I really want to put, like... I'm not going to. Like here, I sort of want to pop up like crime statistics on the screen, but I'm not going to. That's a joke too far. To the rooftops and underground of the city of London. Rather than watching your back to avoid being the next recipient of London culture, you'll be struggling to figure out where to go next. Coming into the third game from the second was almost like hitting a brick wall, and to this day I still haven't finished the game. Without cheating, of course. Anyway, subscribe for more Tomb Raider videos. I don't see a problem already. Anyway, subscribe for more videos. I think we're done. I think that's it.
that's the video. Terrible idea. I see what you're saying with Tomb Raider 2. Yeah. It's sort of, yeah, it's like, oh, Tomb Raider 2 was fairly easy, but when they released Tomb Raider 3, it was like a kick in the teeth almost. Do you know that the Greater London area, 1,256 people got stabbed in the year 2, and the year's not even over yet, Habram. So we've still got time to hit that record, whatever the record may be. And then we go export again. Tomb Raider difficulty shorts. Overwrite. Don't need the old one. PlayStation logo? Okay, what's going on? Already exists. Okay. PlayStation logo. In one of my folders, really? I didn't see it. Oh, it might have been like a clip. Yeah. That was extremely fast. That didn't seem right. Just make sure it's actually exported properly. Final. Tomb Raider 2 is arguably the game in the game where by November 1990 players in the first level jungle where to go, and this is a adventure as option X. Coming into the stay subscribe for more Tomb Raider videos. And there we go. That's the video finished. That'll probably come out tomorrow, I think. It definitely doesn't take me like almost 4 hours to make a video. Is it supposed to show the soundtrack? Is what's supposed to show the soundtrack? Did it show the, what do you mean? Let me see. Tomb Raider 2 is arguably the game in the series that everyone remembers the most fondly. Its difficulty seemed fairly reasonable as a step up from the first
It just
game,
does that on DLC.
especially in the opening level, the Great Wall, where the path for Lara seems fairly obvious and clear. However, by November 1998, with the release of Tomb Raider 3: The Adventures of Lara Croft, the developers decided to throw the players in the deep end and increase the... Yeah, I'm sure you can turn that off, but that's just what VLC does when you open a file. Yeah, I'm assuming we saw... Oh, you... Yeah. I think that would have taken me like an hour, normally. When I have nobody to talk to. I mean, if I have an idea and it's very clear what I need and what I'm doing, I'll have it done less than an hour. Like if it's something Metal Gear, it's dead easy. Chat 80. Yeah, yeah. But anyway, that's the video. That's how I make shorts. From start to finish. I'm sure there's probably easier ways to make shorts. I'm sure people have really good strategies for making shorts or videos in general, and I'm just a scrub. But that's how I do it. Is Premiere the best for shorts? I don't know. People say CapCut's good, but I've never used CapCut. We'll see. Yeah, exactly. There'll be no surprise like tomorrow when I upload it. CapCut sucks. Does it really? What's the other Final? Is it Final Cut Pro that people use? I think it's free. I know a lot of people use Final Cut. Is it called Final Cut? Honestly, I should probably learn Final Cut because Adobe Premiere to pay for it every month, it's a lot of money. It's a ton of money. The video I put out earlier about Small Soldiers is actually doing quite well. I'm surprised. Yeah, After Effects. I don't think I pay for After Effects or Photoshop. I think it's more money. I certainly don't have access to Photoshop. Anyway, guys, I think that's it. We're at 4 hours now. We've officially hit 4 hours, so I think it's time to disappear. Thank you, Vincent. I appreciate that. I want to do more Final Fantasy VII at some point. Maybe in the week. We'll see. When are we going to play Guess the Game? Habram, if you remind me next time I stream, which hopefully won't be in like 2 months' time, we'll play it again. Yeah, I'm not doing it right now. But yeah, maybe I'll stream FF7 again in the week. We'll see. Alright, I'm off. Have a good evening. I'll see you all when I see you. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I'll see you later. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye.